Welcome everyone to our stream. It's day 2, and we're having lovely technical problems just trying to get things together. We have 2 simultaneous streams, so you're going to see me in double vision right now if you're opening up both. Sumit, welcome to the stage. How are you doing this fine London morning? It's an early Sunday morning. You are lucky you're getting me this early. So we're going to attempt to do 2 streams simultaneously. Please forgive our mistakes. We will get there. I'm going to stay on track 1. Sumit's going to go off to track 2, and you'll find both video links in the YouTube. We also have in the description below, and if you're watching us for spatial chat, hello. We're going to be having a spatial chat to one side so you can all communicate and chat to each other about the topics that the speakers are talking about. And in there, you can also watch these videos. So you don't have to have YouTube open. If you go to spatial chat, you can watch everything in there. Hopefully that helps. And yeah, we'll disappear because at the moment we're eating into the scheduled time, and we'll see you. We'll have some breaks, and we'll split up the day a little bit, I think. But for the most part, if you want to take a break and it's not content you don't like, go take a break. We don't expect everyone to be here for the full, 8 hours or whatever the stream's going to go for. So yeah, thank you for joining us. Sumit, did you want to say anything before we get going? Fingers crossed. Right. I'll see you on the other side, Smith. I think, Timothy, you've got track 2 here, so I'll leave it to you to schedule videos and to get going there.
Good day, everyone. My name is Joshua Mokoye. I'm a mobile app developer with Blockchain Hub Africa and EPOS Technologies. Most important of all, I'm in Nigeria. Okay, like I told you, I'm a mobile app developer. I love building things and stuff with Flutter because with it, I have access to a whole lot of opportunities, whether be it a web browser, a mobile app, a desktop app, or anything we can talk about, not a web browser, a web app. Okay, so the world has moved so fast, and there are a lot of possibilities revolving around the world today. And one of these possibilities, there are a lot of opportunities revolving around the world today, and one of these opportunities is the blockchain. The blockchain has been a trend today, and a lot of people have come up with different solutions to different problems built on top of this blockchain industry. Some could be gaming, some, in fact, the most important of them all is cryptocurrency or the crypto space. Okay, now this has helped to solve the problem in finance because today we can actually trade currencies. You can actually trade currencies or send cryptos or send finances or money from one person to another without moving away from the comfort of our homes. And the question is, can Flutter actually do this? Can Flutter actually help to do this? The answer is yes. Today, we are going to see some little parts, some little things we can actually do with Flutter with respect to the blockchain world or the blockchain technology. Over here, I have a little app. This little app can actually help you fetch your wallet balance, receive receive Ethers from your friends, show you your wallet address, and also show you your wallet address and balance in Ether and US dollars in real time. Okay, this web app is structured in three different ways. The first way is to show you a particular part when when you try to access this site from a browser that is not supported. The second part is this actual part. It is displayed when you access this site from a supported browser, but you haven't connected to MetaMask. What is MetaMask? MetaMask is the key player in the Web3 world. It enables you to sign in into your wallet, displays the assets you have in your wallet, and also give you opportunity to explore the blockchain world depending on the site you are visiting. Today, the site we'll be visiting is this particular one, which has a little functionality of showing your your wallet address in its plain form and in QR code format, your Ethereum balance in Ethers and in US dollars. All these things updating in real time. Okay, I will have to dive into the code to show us what we have today. For us to explore the world of Web3, we'll need the plugin called Flutter Web3. We need a state management tool called Riverboard. The QR code scanner is used to display a wallet address in the QR code. Google font is very, very important for displaying our font. This font we'll have over here, which is from Google. We have the WebSocket channel to fetch the prices of Ether in its waveform. Then the next one is Flutter SVG to display SVG images, which I have over here. Then that is all we have. So pasting all this in your pubspec.yam file, you click on pubget to get them. I won't be doing that because I already did it. I'll have to go into the main file. The main.dat file is the most important part of our file because it actually fetches us right into application. It is just like the gateway to our app. So in our main.dat file, I have another part called the home page, which houses the UI logic in our app. The UI logic is divided into three: the not supported browser widget, the connect widget, and the send and receive widget. The not supported browser widget, just like I explained earlier on, is shown or displayed if I am accessing my site in a browser that doesn't have MetaMask or anything related to Web3. Just like over here, this browser doesn't have MetaMask. Then the second widget, Connect widget, it is displayed when you try to access this site from a browser that supports that has MetaMask extension in it, or any other extension that can give you access to the Web3 world. Then the last widget is the send and receive widget. This is displayed when I click on the connect, when I click on this button over here. It is displayed to now give me access to my browser and to the content of my app. So I'll click on this button over here and let's see what happens. I follow the instructions and I click on connect. Now it fetches my balance in Ether and returns everything in real time. I will have to refresh my page. I don't know why it got stuck over there. Okay, let's repeat everything. I think there is a little issue over here. Let's disconnect. Let's disconnect. Connect again. Okay, now it fetches our balance in Ether, and after some time, the value in US dollar comes up, and it is always updated in real time. Okay, so the reason why everything delays is because I'm having a sluggish internet. All right, so everything is now functioning properly, just as we expect. We have our balance in Ethers, our balance in US dollar, which updates in real time. Then we have a QR code scanner, which you can scan to see my wallet address. Now, how do we achieve all these things? Remember, we are now connected to the Web3 or the blockchain world. How did we do this? How are we going to achieve that? Let's take a look at our code. First of all, let's analyze the UI part. The UI part, I won't make a full analysis on it yet until we talk about the major logic which controls the UI part. I already said something about this widget. This widget is this actual one which is displayed over here. The connect widget is displayed before this particular screen. Why this one not supported browser is displayed when you try to connect, when you try to access this site with a browser that doesn't have MetaMask plugin. All right, let's take a look at the major lifeline of this particular app. That is Meta. That is a particular file called MetaMask. You can actually call it any name you want. You can give it any name you feel like giving it. You can call it DDD.dat or any name, but let's leave it with MetaMask. Okay, so it is divided into three, five major methods. The first one is the get balance method. The second one is connect to MetaMask. It's wallet connected method. The fourth one is the disconnect method, and the last one is the init method. Okay. Apart from this method, we also have some other little things which plays an important role. First one is the operating chain. Operating chain. You might be asking, what is a chain? It is not the actual chain which you think about, but rather a chain in the network, in blockchain world. Okay, every network and the blockchain world is identified with a chain ID. We have list of chain over here. We have Ethereum, which has a chain ID of 1. We have Binance Smart Chain, which is 50, which has a chain ID of 56. We have the Avalanche chain, which the chain ID is displayed over here, and so many other chains over here. Now, all these chains are in the mainnet. You can actually switch to the testnet to see some chains in the testnet. Okay, this didn't update. I guess it could be my network this time around. Okay, so the actual thing that should have happened is when I click on testnet, it should have shown me all the chains in the testnet. So it didn't update. I guess my network could be the problem. All right, let me show you some of the chains in the testnet network. We have Ringby, we have Kuban, and we have Binance. I have this Binance matching testnet. Okay, I'll solely uh, stick to the Ringby test network. The Ringby test network is an Ethereum is an Ethereum network. We use this to deploy smart contracts, test our smart contracts, do everything related to our smart contract before going to the live net. This as a result of not as a result of us not using the real earth to do all these things because the all these transactions takes our money in real time. So in order for us not to spend our money, we have what we call the test ethers, which you can actually get from any faucet of your choice. These test ethers can actually help you to do whatever thing you want to do before going live on the mainnet. All right. The next thing I have is the current address the balance, and the balance as well. Now, all these things are pointed to my state manager. They are all pointed to Liverpool. The result, the reason behind them is for me to maintain state in every part of my app. So whatever thing that happens over here, I will have to communicate it to this part through this means. So from here, my wallet balance and wallet address listings to balance and current address. Let me click to go back to these places. This place. So it listens to the changes over here and updates this part of my app with the result of all the changes here. Now the next thing is this guy. He plays an important role. It's an Ethereum object. Uh, it plays an important role through an Ethereum object. It checks if the Ethereum object is not empty. If the Ethereum object is not empty, it returns a Boolean value. But if it is empty, it still returns a Boolean value, but false in this case. Now I have a Boolean a Boolean operation that checks if this is the current chain. How do I get the current chain? The current chain should just be the current chain, the value of the current chain, which is -1, it overrides is being overridden by the operating chain. Now there is no chain called -1, but this is just an initial value in order for me to work with what I have over here, of which I'll explain later on. Now, I have another method called the best get balance method. The connect to MetaMask is already connected. Let's take a look at connect to MetaMask. For me to use my connect to MetaMask method, I have to check some conditions in order to avoid um, some exceptions being thrown. First of all, I'll have to call this boolean is enabled. The enabled here checks if this if it checks if your browser is supported or if any extension, any Web3 extension is in your browser. If the answer is yes or true, it returns true. But if the answer is false, just like in this case, it returns false. So it checks if your browser has the feature to get access to the Web3 world. The next thing that will happen if the value here is true is to fetch your account. So for us to fetch our account, we have to do that through the Ethereum object and calling the request account method on it. The request account method does whole the entire process. It fetches all the accounts in your wallet. In this case, it will only fetch two accounts because I have two accounts connected over here. So it fetches two accounts and stores them in a variable called account. Now, in order for me to check, in order for me to take the account I need, I have to call a method on it. So in this case, I call account.first. Account.first picks the first account I have. In this case, it is this particular account over here. This one. With this Ethereum balance. That's the first account. All right. Now I have to now tell every part of my app that I've gotten an account and it is not empty. It contains my wallet address. I have to do that by first of all checking if the account is not empty. If the value is true, then I have to now tell Riverport that assign the value of this address to this place and let the whole app, every part of my app know about it. Okay, this happens with these lines of code. Then the next thing I have to do is to now update my current chain. The current chain which I have over here is -1. I will now have to update it by getting the Ethereum object and calling the get chain ID on it. The get chain ID fetches the current chain. In this case, the current chain here is ring by and the chain ID is 4. So it fetches it and stores it in the current chain over here. So whenever I call this boolean, the value is now going to change. So if the current chain here, which I got here is 4, and if it is equal to operating chain, then this value is true. But if the current chain is -1 and it is not equal to 4, then the value here is false. Okay, that is for what current chain does. The next thing is oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, the next thing is the get balance method. The get balance method, you have to meet. Okay, the get balance method, just like the name says, fetches the balance. It fetches the balance, the current balance in your wallet, and it displays it. It first of all has to check the network you are in. In this case, I'm in ring by method network. So it takes my wallet address and it checks the balance over there and returns it to this particular place using my state management tool called Riverport. So let's take a look at the method. The method takes two values. The first one is context, and the second one is the wallet address. So the context is necessary or needed in order for us to manipulate our state management tool. Then the address, which is the most important thing over here, is used to get your balance. So for us to get our balance, we have to call Ethereum provider and the get balance method on it. The get balance method accepts your wallet address Now, whatever thing it gets, the result of the computation over here is in big int. We can see that by clicking on the get balance method. You can notice that the value over here is big int. That is what it returns. So in order for me to use big int, I have to change most of my variable here. I have to change the type to big int, and I will perform my conversions. Now, the result might not be what we actually need because big int is quite different. So I have to convert big int to a double or to int. But in this case, I have to convert it to double because I'd like to have this floating point over here. So for me to do that, I have to call the double method on this. Now it fetches my balance, which is in big int, converts it to double, and stores it over here. So I gave this variable way balance. Yeah, way balance is small. Way is the smallest unit of eta, and one eta is about 1 raised to the power 18 wave. It is very, very, very large. So imagine us getting our balance in way. It won't be in a human. It won't be a very. It will be a very simple readable format. So for me to manipulate it into a readable format, I have to run a conversion on it. I have to convert this way into eta by dividing the balance I got over here by 10 raised to the power 18. Now this is done using a mathematical function. Whatever value or result I get here, I divide way balance by it, and I get my actual balance in eta. Now when I do that, the next thing I have to do is to let the whole app know about this change by calling my balance through Riverpod and updating it. Telling when I do the update, it tells the whole part of my app that there is a change, and those change reflect in any part of my app. Okay, that is for get balance method. The next method is the disconnect method. Disconnect method, just like the name does, it resets everything to the way it was. First of all, it resets my current balance to an empty string, the balance to 00, and my current chain to -1, which doesn't exist in the crypto in the blockchain space. Then the next thing is the init method, just like the name says, it initializes the it initializes my app and prepares it to access the blockchain. Okay, I won't be making much explanations over here because of our time. Let's take a look at how these methods are used and where they are used. Um, Starting from my very first page, this is where init method is called. The init method prepares my app to function in the block space world. The next thing I have to do is to now monitor the changes in current address and imbalances. I have to do this.
Hello, guys, back again. Our next speaker is going to start soon. It's Vaishali, and she's going to talk about form validations in Flutter.
Hello all, myself Vaishnavi Ambedi and I'm from India and I'm currently working as a Flutter developer at Indian startup, and I'm also working as a freelancer at Tech Power Girls. And I'm very glad that I got this opportunity to be the part of Flutter Dev Festival organized by London. So without further ado, let's get started with the talk. So our today's topic is to build a form with validation in Flutter. So first of all, what is validation of the form? Validation is nothing but the validating user input, which is an essential part of app development. This process makes the app more secure and checks whether the information provided by the user is what we anticipate them to provide so as not to introduce bugs into our application. Flutter comes with the native way of validating user inputs using the form and text field form widget and a lot. So in this tutorials, I will show you how to validate user input in Flutter using the global key form and by adding a text form field with a validation logic and creating a button which will validate and submit the form and a drop down form field and also a checkbox list style. So we often see this kind of warnings whenever we are entering any input. If we enter the invalid input, we often see this kind of information or warnings. So these are the essential part of the form validation. So let's see how to design login form and validate it with Flutter. So the to get a form in a scaffold widget, we have to use a form widget. So to validate the user input, we need the form widget. The form widget serves as a container to validate multiple text form fields and needs a global key, as you can see in the code snippet, to uniquely identify the form. It also used to get a current state of the form. So do not forget this to add this key to the form widget. So a text form field. It is a widget which has a job of rendering the UI interface for the user to interact with and to display the validation error once the user enters invalid data. So the text form field has a validator method and the validator method returns a string containing message error. As you can see here, we have the validator property in which we write the whole logic or conditions, and if the value of the user is empty, we return the error message, or if it is invalid, we return another error message, as you can see here. And in most of the cases, you will use a regular expression to check the input. We will use both the is email valid and is email password valid in this talk. And also a button which will validate the form as a submit form. So as we created the function and we wrote the whole code structure in this function just to make our code more modular. And we can finally call the validate password. We have created this function in the validator property. So this was about the validation using check text box field. So whenever we have the buttons like elevated button, flat button in the Flutter, we have on press property. In that, we can validate our form validation. by using the global key and by mentioning the current state, and if it's validate, then it will print the validate in the console, or if it is not validate, it will throw this message. So we do have another property which is auto validate, which generally used to make our code more efficient, and it has a by default value as false. And yeah, by turning this into true, we can auto validate our validation process. So here's comes the next topic of our talk, which is checkbox list style. This is a built-in widget in the Flutter where we can use to create the checkbox, and we can validate them by using the validation method. So we can say it is a combination of checkbox with a list style. It has a property such as value and active color, the check color, and are similar to the checkbox widget. And we also have the properties called title, subtitle, content padding, and etc. And it is similar to the list style widget. And we can tap anywhere on the checkbox list style to check if the checkbox is valid or not. And so we have built-in parameter, as I mentioned earlier, and we have the required parameters to pass when we are using checkbox list style is a Boolean value and a function. So in this code snippet, as you can see, we have the value property in which we provide the Boolean value. By default, this Boolean value is false. So if the user presses on the checkbox, so the value of the isCheck property will turn into the check property, into true. So by using this feature, we can validate the checkbox. So far, we have seen the theoretical concept of the checkbox list style, but we are going to see the UI structure of the checkbox list style widget. So the checkbox list style widget have the text property, which will hold the text for the checkbox, and we have the checkbox at the extreme left. And we have the properties called active colors and inactive colors. So whenever the checkbox is ticked, or if it's true, the active color will be green or yellow or whatever we would like to prefer. And yeah, we also have a material design code for the icon in the trailing property of the list style. And yeah, this is pretty much about checkbox list style. So as you all aware of set state, so it takes the Boolean value, and if the checkbox is true, it will turn to the other side. Means if it's true, it will be false, and if it's false, and it will be true, just for the effective user interaction. So here comes to the drop-down form field. So the drop-down will work in most cases. However, it is quite difficult to validate your drop-down to prevent user from not choosing any option before submitting. Thankfully, Flutter has an inbuilt widget that does exactly what we want, which is drop-down button form field. So this works like a drop-down button, except it has the validator property, and when a user does not choose an option before submitting. The other thing you should know about these widgets are the widgets should be used inside a form field widget, and you can style the widget using the decoration property. Items parameters must not be null. So, and it is very simple to implement. One more thing you should know is that drop-down bottom field does not support the drop-down color property. You can change the color of your drop-down by wrapping it to the theme widget or whatever. So yeah, and it is very efficient to use. Another scenario of using drop-down is if you want to have a form which have a whole lot of country selection properties or the list. So there are two widgets that you can use to show those countries details. So one is radio button, which allows for the selecting a single value, and the other option is a drop down. So in this scenario, a drop down will be the best widget because you can add a large list of countries, and when the user selects a particular country, it will show only that selected country. So it will give a better user experience to the end user. So as I said, a drop-down widget contains several required properties we need to make the functional drop-down form field. So the main required property is item property, and the item property accepts a list of drop-down menu items, widgets, which need to show possible options that can be selected. So in this example, let's talk about the drop down that contains a list of country names, and where we can select the countries. So as you can see in the code snippet, so we have a title text which holds the text widget, and which have the string property where we can mention our preferred text, and we do have the hint text whenever we open the drop down menu, so we will be able to see the hint text. And we, as I said, we have the value property, which can be used to set the currently selected item, and we can set it to any of the selected item. And we have the properties called onChange and onSaved. OnChange callback call can be used to identify the value changes, and it will return the selected value, and you can change the state of the drop down button by selecting the new value to the drop down button. And the next property I want to talk about is onChange. So onChange property is nothing but the property which we can use for setting the onChange to null. It will disable the drop-down item. So if you have set a value property, it shows that the value as a selected one, even though the drop-down is disabled. So if you want to show a placeholder text, so when the drop down button is disabled, we can use the disable hint. As we have already mentioned the hint text, it is very similar to that property. So when using this property, we make sure that the value property is not set. So just to avoid the errors. And for styling the drop down, we have properties called icon, where we can mention a whole lot of icons, Cupertino icons, for example. And we do have the property called drop down color, and which will allow you to set a background color for the drop down items, and this will change only the drop down items background color, not the selecting button color. So we can change the text color and the size uh, by um, by adding the style property. So as you can see, the output of the form validation, this is the output of the validation using text form field. As you can see, we are getting the errors and warning messages if the user is inputting the wrong uh, input, and if the user inputs a correct value, it will submit. So that was it output of the text form field, and this is the output of the drop down. So as we can see in this screen on the interface, we can select the drop down by pressing this menu, and we can see the hint text which says the select a country. And when we press the menu, we can see the list of the countries, and where we can select the one country name. And as I said, we can change the background color and as well, and we can even change the text color by using text field property. So by submitting the text drop down selected item, we can press the submit button, and the submit button have the function which is going to be validate, and item is going to be updated in the set state. And this is the output of the checkbox list type. So we can see the two list styles which has the icon in the trailing part, and the text part in this title, and the subtitle is also covered by the text. And in the extreme left, we have the text box. So whenever we click on the checkbox, it will turn to the blue or green color, whichever we prefer. So this is inactive by default, and if we press on this checkbox, it will be uh, showing the active color. So this was all about the output so far. So this was pretty much about the session. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Wow, that was so much you can do with form validation. I never knew that. Uh, Thanks for joining us. We'll take a minute break before our next talk, which is something I've been looking forward for, effective Flutter developer with APIs. So see you in a bit. Okay, we are back, and now we have another talk from Gurkhan, who's effective Flutter developers with API. So I'll let him talk.
Develop with APIs, and I want to say hello from my friends, my team, and my family. I'm so happy to be here because why? I am also organizer in Turkey GDG chapters. Really easy came from me. Why? Because I'm doing too much content and creating with my friends. A few weeks ago, we make like that a festival in Turkey. Flutter Festival took us, and with my 18 speaker, and today, and we also 10-hour on stream. Really hard for us. I'm again thank you for my team for creating really good content for Flutter dev team. Now I'm also working Flutter with Dart 2.5 year. I'm so like it this UI kit and language. Why? Because when I try in another language, I'm really feel like every time come back to Dart really comfortable for me. Also, I am calling myself a software developer, not say an Flutter developer or Dart developer like that. Why? Because we are using UI Kit, really good language, and another language really helping for us. Today, my content is really simple. I say again, Flutter effective content is really came for easy for me and another developers. We say who is effective Flutter developer with APIs, but which APIs? In Flutter have really good API service and library today, and also we sharing this content in Turkey and another country with our events and our coffee talks or festivals, because these events are valuable for us, and many developers people came here and helping me and with my team, asking too much questions, but questions really easy coming for us because we are not focusing as our documentation. Why? Because everyone focusing another things, and YouTube's, Udemy, another argument things, because when we are focusing like that things, think about take a photo, timestamp, and waiting be in a corner. All right, I want to thank everyone why we are not using documentation. Because when you know to focus our content, we don't understand new feature where come here. Now I'm looking here. First of all, I'm talking myself now. I'm a Gürkan Fikret software developer. I'm owner of Master Fabrics Dress Technologies, Associate. Came from chairman. I'm also founder of Flutter Clubs. Flutter Clubs is teaching another developers is Flutter and Dart technologies and helping developers story. I'm again say I'm also a member of organizers of GBGs in Turkey. I have little motto for you guys is stay with Flutter, and important is ethical developers. Being developer is a choice, and learning the way to test that accuracy in the lines. Is line is coming from codes, and when you learn something, type your codes and look what going is correct. Now today we again say we look at APIs. So every developer's going now Stack Overflow, this really good area and platform for us. We have no solution for our codes. We focusing to Stack Overflow or anything in internet. But we not going to Flutter documentation. I also creating my Flutter students group for in Twitter, and also today Flutter developers going to like that. Now I again remind you guys api.flutter.dev. Why? Because we using every day in Flutter development too much library. These libraries came from api.flutter.dev or api.dart.dev. Now I'm going to turn my everything from here. So we also know this website. This website really give us too much navigation. As navigation is going to how you can understand your multi-platform, how you can doing your development, how you can use for ecosystem or community events, and too much filter. Showcase is really easy for us because we are not focusing showcase and for Flutter, because Flutters need really good story for us. Think about that. When you're going to want developing something and you have idea, you need a little path. Is Flutter give you really good path how you can develop any application or how you can develop any software thing. But we are something lose, something don't see anything about our development. Maybe you can guys understand build APIs. Why APIs so important for me? Because when I thinking about use my animation on my application, and I'm looking too much widget, and widgets are helping us how I am building our application. But when I going to Gesture, I'm looking to here too much Gesture widget. When I going to material design, is material design give us canvas. This canvas have too much tool. We say this tool is widget, as widget came from the classes. Too much developers don't understand OOP system. Why? Because it's any widgets also class. Any widget as a class. But we are lose that here. And now think about that. I'm using now action chip. Is action chip how is working? We don't know. Maybe I never be used in my development or my projects. But when I read here, easy for me. Now I understand. Firstly, we also looking that as action class also class. And what give us for projects? Action chips are set of options which trigger an action or lots of action for content. Alright, now understandable little bit for how is working that widget. Also, this widget working with too much properties. But I don't know which property will come with this widget. I'm looking now here autofocus, avatar, background color, clip behavior, elevation, label, label padding, and label style. Now, what I understand is label padding, label style. Think about that. This action chip have label, and label have style, and label have also with padding. Now I'm thinking when I using label property, I don't need any give text style with my text widget because label style property help me how I style my text. Also, think about that. I want to give this widget shadow, but we have to know material design principles give us really good Z-point shadow. Now, I don't know how I use, but I know one word is elevation. As elevation property give us this widget is shadow. Now, I'm going to looking another property on present. Think about that. This action chip maybe don't have an on present property. Or think about that another scenario. Maybe this chip don't need any clicking something, tapping something, or using on property with on present. Maybe don't need I use. This property side really give us too much thing, really give us too much idea. When I using here really clearly and effective, I don't need any search from Google for Stack Overflow, for any sample, for any video. In daily, we are working our project, but not focusing this page. I'm changing my library here. I'm going to again click the Flutter. I'm looking to my library. We see Cupertino, material, and widgets. Why I am pointing this three library? Because widgets library give us too much classes. Material library give us same like too much classes. And also, Cupertino came from what for is iOS design language and also have too much classes. These widgets have same widgets. It's like a maybe material app. But how I can compare that is we have really easy way. I'm typing now here material app. Now I'm looking here. Material come from firstly material. I'm looking and searching here. Little click. I'm looking at what I need learn here. Firstly, material app, an application that use material design. When we are coding our widgets with widgets, think about that. You need material design. Everything be gonna be start with material app. Maybe also have is Cupertino same like material app, but name is changing. Think about that. What name is Cupertino app? When I use my application same like as material design, I need to use material app. When I want be like a iOS design, I need a Cupertino app. But these apps have a little different things. Material app really have too much property for us. But Cupertino app don't need too much things because Apple design things really going to simple. But material app also came from nature and need too much things or too much design things. Also, I'm changing my library again. I'm looking for here is painting. Is painting helping every day our projects and too much class be here like a alignment direction, like a border side, border, box decoration. Every widget now using be here. Think about you also know container widget. As container widget property is name is decoration and decoration property using box decorate. Now maybe I don't know another property for box decoration. Come be here, look your padding and touch your box border. Maybe box border is helping you. You don't know where this box border working is helping you. This class extended by border and border directional. Now also only API different class is shape border. This method is helping you how you can understand the here. Now I am also turn make my box decoration. And we have code sample, we have too much word explaining and how it's working. Now, and right side maybe is helpful too much thing. We maybe need to use our project's container widget bug shadow. Is bug shadow also light tip? And we also know that every widget came from too much type. We don't know how it's working. We don't know, maybe never use be here your project. But also we know that how is working. Now maybe your container need gradient, but how many type you have in gradient from project? I'm looking the gradient and gradient widget show us here came from gradient. And gradient types have three. Everyone is also know radial gradient and linear gradient, but we have 13 sweep gradient. Also, we don't know is how is working and sweep gradient. Now I am touching, I'm looking right side. We think that color and angle, start angle, this really new word for property. We also know always work linear gradient. We also know is begin and end point. We also know this begin and end point came from alignment widget. Think about that again. You don't know how it's working alignment. Type B here. Type B here, read B here, and understand B here. Now you guys lose your way, lose your path. Don't need to talk too much people. Don't need to talk too much any developer. And maybe you need to maybe how another people working with Flutter codes. But when you understand B here, you don't need anything. Just typing, just doing your development, and love your Flutter content. Now, I'm a come back to my Visual Studio. I'm showing a little thing. We have, say, my in team, jumping and learning. I'm looking here, too much widgets be working. Maybe I want to be learn how is working stateful widget. Just to come here and click and jump to my framework Dart file. You see guys, too much comment waiting for you. Is too much information waiting for you. And how is working with another class, how we extend with any widget, you can understand. You're going to deeply and circling this file. Too much idea be wait for you. Look that. Its state objects are created by framework by calling the stateful widget create state method when inflating stateful widget to insert into the tree. This word is explaining too much thing our project. Now, we're going to again deeply and scrolling. We're focusing now here. How can be type, generic type become here? How we work with element and another things. Now we can understand our widget why have in a state is waiting for answer for you. Now I'm closing this file. I'm looking another widget. Everyone knows the scaffold. Everyone knows how it's working scaffold, but everyone don't know how we can be expand. I'm looking here and we have too much property. But also, firstly, maybe I need to focus my API.flutter.dev. And then after came here, I'm looking how it is working here. Now, I'm turning back again my website. I'm typing scaffold. I'm looking for here scaffold where it came. Material app. I'm looking here this scaffold class. This is class. Whoa, how many property is too much? Oh, and driver. How is working? How with start widget come? Come with start. Any widget is this is give you a little idea. If you see any property with widget, you feel feel like yourself Leonardo da Vinci, because how you can imagine for any style, any design, is widget help you guys, because widget meaning is you feel like yourself painter, and you see any widget property, widget type, feel like is your free, how I say in Turkish, özgür bir kuş gibi, feel like a free bird. You know guys, when I see any type here widget, really happy be here, and this driver really good for me, and we have like the sample codes be here. Now my everything also be collect this API. This API work too much things for us and helping for us. Why we are not using be here? Why we are not focusing be here? It's really important for me because when I work with my friends, say type api.flutter.dev and focusing Flutter APIs. And too much things waiting for you here, guys. And Flutter team really upgraded here every new version or every new thing. Okay, my word is gonna be finished here. Also, we are closing now these books. We need to focus our projects with APIs. It's how API working with Flutter UI kit. When you focusing your projects with API documentation, and you can really use for that easy. My name is again say Gülkan Fikrettinak. I'm a software developer, and thank you for listening to me. And take care, London.
Great talk again by and you need to know your APIs. That's the key message here. And on the way, I think Gurkan talked about some Turkish words that you can remember. And I saw a lot of love from the community for this talk on the YouTube channels. So, yep, give back from the community. So meanwhile, we wait for the other session. I think it's something which I really love. That's to do with testing. So yeah, it's about River Pod and testing combined. It would be a good one. So wait for that for the next 5 minutes. I'll be back. Okay, we are back again. An exciting talk by Elaine, river pod and testing. As I said before, dear and near to me. So let's see what he has to talk about.
Everyone, my name is Elian Ortega. I hope you're having a fantastic time at Flutter Festival London. I hope you have learned many things. And now I'll be talking to you about riverbed testing. It's a very interesting topic. I haven't seen a lot of content about it, so I hope you like it and I hope you can learn something. So who am I? So as I mentioned, my name is Elian Ortega. I'm a Flutter developer from Nicaragua in Central America, and I'm currently a mobile engineer at Hypervolt UK. So I'm a Flutter enthusiast. I love Flutter, and I have a YouTube channel with my friend Marco Sevilla, who is also going to be talking at Flutter Festival London, and it's called NoScope Devs. There we talk about our architecture, testing, and many other things regarding Flutter, but in Spanish. So if you are a Spanish speaker, so you can look for the channel and see the videos. So let's start with a bit of history. So the importance of testing. So hopefully you can remember the good old days when the first thing after you created a Flutter project was to delete the test folder because you were not going to use it. So it's basically a very common practice, especially when you're starting with Flutter. You just delete the folder and you do not test at all. But with the time, we all have seen how Flutter has just like shift the main topic everyone's talking about. So at first it was animations, UI, then it was a little bit about state management solutions, then it was navigation. But I think that currently, just like the most important topic about Flutter, just like it's getting more mature, it's architecture, testing, and everything that surrounds that topic. So basically how to build a project that is beautiful. We already saw that, but now how to build a project that is decoupled, scalable, testable, readable, and everything else. So I like to think sort of this idea to test for your future self. So basically, most developers at the moment might think like testing is kind of boring or kind of tedious, but in the moment. But at the end, I like to think that you're making a favor to your future self and the other developers on the team. Basically, because tests help us identify that everything is working as we expect it does, and we also just like make a double check that no one else changes. For example, if we are building some logic and later on another developer changes that logic, the test is going to fail, and we're going to notice that something is not working as expected. So that's why you have to test, and you have to test thinking on your future self. So now on the other side, riverbed. So what is it? Hopefully, if you are watching this talk and you want to fully understand it, the idea will be that you have at least some familiarity with riverbed, and you have used it sometime so that you could understand some basic concepts that I'm not going to be explaining on this talk. So from a larger scope, riverbed is a state management library that basically let us catch errors at compile time instead of runtime. It removes a bit of the nesting and listening when combining objects, and it ensures that a code is testable. So the testability of riverbed is one of the most important and the most important features that the creator shares. But at first it can be kind of confusing, especially for devs that are not that experienced and just like haven't done a lot of complex things. But the idea after this talk is that you have a great knowledge of how to do so, and you can start doing it yourself. Before continuing, I'd like to mention my opinion. I do think that riverbed contains a state management solution, just like a state notifier, you could say. But I like to think about riverbed more as a dependency injection tool than a state management solution itself. But that's only my opinion. Now let's talk a bit of the core concepts so that we could later on test our code. So the first and most important is the provider container. So basically, a provider container is an object that stores the state of providers and allows overriding the behavior of a specific provider. So whenever you have a new app, just as you can see in the right, in this section, we have a provider scope. So if you have used Riverpod, you 100% must have used a provider scope. So basically, internally, provider scopes also create a provider container that helps you store the state and all the information of all your providers in your application. But in this case, provider container is a Dart only container. So it's very important because as most of the library itself, Riverpod, is Dart only, we can isolate some of the logic and test it individually with a provider container. So as you can see in this example, we have a simple counter state provider. So this is just so that we can create a counter, and we have the provider scope at the top of our widget tree. Then we have a consumer widget where we can watch the count, and we are updating the count when we press the elevated button, and we just displayed that count on the text. Then how can we test something regarding this? So you can see that here in the bottom we have a test, and we basically first we have to create a container so that we can access that provider. So after we create the provider, we can expect that when we read it, the first value is 0 because we initialize it in 0. And then of course we can modify it, we can update it. In this case, we make a +1 addition, and we can expect that the new value is going to be 1. So you can see that the provider container gives us access to all these, access to the providers that we already created so that we can test them. Now let's get our hands dirty, and let's start with our first example. So as you can see in the left side, we have a simple application that is just a counter that you can add or subtract from. So here's basically a bit of the logic itself of the page. We have the same counter state provider. We're using a state provider, and we are listening to that count with the widget reference watch method, and we are listening to it, and then we just displayed it in the center of the page. That's it. Then the floating action buttons, we have them here. We have two buttons. We have an add button and a subtract button. So you can see that in here, the only thing we do is update that state provider. That with the latest Riverpod versions, instead of accessing directly the state and modifying, it's kind of more readable when you can do the update function on your provider, as you can see in here. So it's more readable. So this is a simple example, but now how do we test this logic? We're going to do two tests. Let's start with the test with text, just as the default Flutter counters text. So the first and most important things is you can see that we have some keys in here that help us find the widgets on the widget tree that we're going to be using. And we have our first test. First of all, we have a custom pump up that just lets us override some providers if necessary, but for the moment we're not overriding anything. So we're just pumping in this case the state provider counter page. That is the page that you saw on the previous slide. So first we can verify that we can find all our components that we're going to be using on our test. In this case, the count text and the add button finder. Sorry. So once you have seen this, we can get the text widget and see what the content of it. So we can verify that the content is 0 on the first run because we haven't modified it. But then if we tap on the add button, and we then pump and settle, and we reread that value of the text, we're going to see that it's a 1. So you can see that with this kind of setup, we are able to test the fact that when you press the button, something is being updated. But then you can start thinking, but what if I want to make sure that the addition that is being made is only +1 and not +2? let's say if other developer just like come in and change the code and change it and it's a +2 instead of +1. So how can I verify this logic? So later on, we're going to be talking about some tip and tricks on how to get this logic. But in here, we can create a listener. So basically, we can create our own custom function that is a mock. In this case, I'm using mocktail. Just so that we can verify what is really happening inside. So we're going to create our listener. We're going to pass the type of it. In this case, it's an integer. And we're going to pump on top of our state provider counter page, we're going to pump a consumer widget. This consumer widget, we're going to use it just to create the listener. And then we're going to return the child that we just as in the previous test. The difference now is that we could use that listen property to test what is really happening regarding the logic itself. So we can verify, for example, that when we tap the button, first we have all our components, that when we tap the button, we are making one single change that is from 0 to 1. So in this case, if another developer comes into the code and changes from +1 addition to +2, +3, or whatever, we are going to be able to identify this scenario because we have our listener in here. Now, now you probably are going to want to test the UI too, but when you test the UI, you want it to be independent from the logic itself. You want to create some custom scenarios where you can test this logic. So we have some overrides. Riverpod has built in some properties like override with value or override with provider that lets us override the specific functionality of a provider. In this case, we can override the provider with a mock object, or we can override it with another provider. In this case, the test is renders -10 when the state provider is -10. So you can see that in here, we use the override with value for the state provider that receives a state controller. And in this case, we can initialize it directly with -10 in this case, or custom the specific logic that we want to test. And we can expect to find one widget, and then we can verify that the text on the count text finder is -10. Let's see another example. In this case, we have a feature provider that is only making an asynchronous request to a dummy API that just gives you a random activity. It's very funny. So in here, you can see that we are going to create our feature provider. In this case, we are going to have an activities repository. Don't focus about it. It just has a single method that gets us a new activity to display in this part. And you can see that we just await for it, and that's it. Then when you set up your feature provider in this way, you might want to test it. So you, just like previously, we create a provider container, and we can verify. In this case, we can use the built-in feature provider feature to await for the operation to finish and then validate its result. This test is going to pass, but it's not the best approach, because we are creating, we are not injecting, we are creating the activities repository inside the feature provider. We are not able to mock our scenarios. So let's say, what if you want to test that something goes wrong, or what if you want to test when everything goes right, but you want to have a specific test. For example, this test is going to pass when you have internet, but it's not going to pass when you don't have internet connection. So you want your test to be valid and to accomplish a specific objective. So instead of doing this, the best approach will be to create an independent provider for your repository, in this case the activities repository, and then use that provider inside your feature provider to get the activity in this case. Now when we get to the next, we're going to go to the next slide, and you're going to see the importance of doing that. Just because we mock those scenarios, we're able to test both, we're able to mock the result of our repository and basically test as we want. In this case, you can see that we create a mock of our repository and we can emit the loading and data states and we can test it. Now we're going to be using an override. As we already declared previously that we are going to be using the activities repository, we can override the real one. We can override the activities repository to use our own custom mock object. In this case, so that we can basically make it return or throw as we want. So now we can see that in this case we are testing the happy path and it's returning an activity, and we can expect that the result, in this case as it's a feature provider, is an async value. Now on the other side we have the error path. Thanks to the fact that we can override it and we can throw an exception, in this case we are able to test that our feature provider first returns a loading, first emits a loading state and then emits an error state, and we can test that the exception is the one that we expect. Now what if you want to test if you're getting the correct widget for the correct state? So you can see that in here we have the activity widget, and this is just displaying a circular progress indicator, an error text, or another widget for the different states that we have. So a simple approach for this. So the simplest approach for this test will be to override the state of our provider. In this case, we can see that we are using the activity feature provider, and we are overriding the value, the state, with an async value loading, so that on our widget for that test, the state is loading. And later on, we can just like simply test and expect to find a circular progress indicator, because we already override the default activity feature provider behavior, and we mocked and we specify that we want the loading state to be in it. Now, what if you want to tap that? What if you want to test that the feature provider is refreshed when you tapped on a specific button? So we can see here a little trick. So we can create a mock callable function, and after that use that callable function to verify that the feature was refreshed when something happens. In this case, when a button is tapped. So we have the refresh activity button, and you can see that the only thing it does when it's pressed is refreshing the activity feature provider. So now, just as we declared in here, we can create a mock function, and we can override with a provider or activity feature provider, and we can tell them, instead of running the default function, I want you to run the mock function call, as it is a callable class. And then we just tap on the button and we verify that when the button is tapped, the mock function call, in this case the callable method, gets called only once. So with this simple trick, you are able to test that the feature provider is refreshed when you do a specific action. Now, something very important when working with RiverPod, especially for beginners, is that they don't know where to look for, and they just can sometimes just complain that there's not enough documentation, but it's sometimes the fact that they don't know how to search. So I'll seriously recommend read the API documentation. With that, I'm not referring to the riverpod.dev website. I'm referring to the pubdev documentation for RiverPod. A lot of people do not know that there they can find examples and more detailed explanation of how specific providers work. And also you can go inside the repository, the RiverPod repository in GitHub, and check how Remy did the test for the specific providers. So that is a general approach you can take for basically anything. So for example, the widget, the Flutter widgets themselves, you can go into the Flutter SDK and see how they are being tested. And based on those tests, you can come up with your own test based on your scenario. And then, of course, just like think a bit out of the box, because as you can override and override with value, sometimes you can get to the same test with you can test the same logic with two different approaches, but one is just longer than the other one, so be careful with that. As you can see in here, this is the documentation for the future provider, and a lot of people don't even know that this exists, and there are just like a lot of good explanations in there, and if you scroll a bit you can find examples, and that for all the providers, state provider, state notifier provider, and everything. And also you can see that in here, this is a screenshot of the state notifier provider test, so you can basically see how the class itself is being tested and just replicated with your own custom setup. And just a quick bonus before we finish, we can here you can see that we are using, instead of the future provider for the activity page logic, we are using a state notifier. And I simply put this example in here. You can see that we have the same get activity function, and we just wait for the repository call, and if it's success, we return the load success. If not, we change the state to load failure. So I just wanted to showcase this because a lot of people sometimes might test the state notifier just by itself, because it's completely possible the state notifier is an independent class from Riverpod, but sometimes they are using some other providers in the process, just like this. So you can basically instantiate the activities state notifier and test it independently, but you are forgetting that on the real implementation you are using the activities repository from your provider. So this, I basically just I'm showing you this because I have been in some scenarios where just because I'm testing the state notifier, I'm just like skipping some logic that is happening on the declaration. So just be careful with that. Always try to test everything from the provider container itself. Just as you can see in here, instead of instantiating as an independent class of the activities state notifier, I'm using the provider container to get the state notifier, and based on that, just waiting for the activity and validating the states, as you can see in this test. Now the same with the UI. If you want to test that a method was called after a button was tapped on the state notifier, you can infer it. By this time we have the widget, and we can basically override with value the state of this provider. You can see that we mocked the whole activities state notifier, and thanks to that mock and the overrides, it's very simple to test this, because we just override the value of that state notifier provider to tell it use loading, and then we can test for the widget. Now a quick recap. So basically we just have too little time to talk about everything regarding Riverpod and testing. We can talk about it for hours, but I just want to make some highlights on the fact that testing will make you a better developer, even though it's kind of tedious. Just spend some time, and it's going to be very helpful. You are going to find tests are very helpful to find when something on your code is not organized, or when your code is not scalable, and you're going to find that because you are not going to be able to test on a specific part of your logic just because you have a wrong dependency injection or something like that. So it can help you spot so things that are wrong on your code before it's too late. Also, I read the docs and API documentation, dive into the code, just start reading, fork the repositories, clone them, and play with them locally so that you can have a better understanding of the tool itself. Also, try to use atomic widgets. You may have noticed that when we did some testing, we used the specific widget and not the whole page because that makes testing much easier. And again, think outside the box, look for simple solutions, and just like play with the API itself, and you're going to find that every single day testing is going to be easier. And again, write tests for your future self. That's the most important thing. You're going to be thanking yourself later on. So thank you very much for listening to me, and happy testing to you all.
That was great. Good bits of information, and the bonus was documentation and the direction that you gave on how to do it. Really enjoyed it. And if you have any questions, join us on Special Chat. The link were provided throughout. So and then you can recheck the schedule. So before the next talk, which is in 5 minutes, I'm just going to put some holding music. See you soon.
Hello everyone, my name is Elian Ortega. I hope you're having
Okay, welcome back. And our next talk is making Flutter Web production ready for PWA, Progressive Mobile SDK Solutions, by Akshank. Let's see what he has to say.
Hello everyone, this is Ashank from Nuclei, and joining with me is Prasanna. We do R&D at Nuclei. Nuclei is a fintech company from India, and today we are going to talk upon making Flutter Web production ready for progressive web SDK solutions. So as Nuclei, we are a SDK product company, kind of SaaS business, and how we use Flutter Web to empower our SDK business, and what we are doing to make Flutter Web production ready, also for us and the community as well. So these are our social handles. You can just contact us whenever you feel like or you have any questions. So yeah, some brief about Nuclei. Nuclei is a fintech company that has started in late 2018, and we have around 18 plus clients, presence across Asia, all the major banks in India, and 2 banks in Middle East. We do around 3 million transactions per month, around 40 plus partners. So these are our clients, mostly the major PSU banks in India, and 2 banks from Middle East, the RAK Bank and the Abu Dhabi Commercial Bank. So currently we are exploring the Southeast Asia clients as well, and the European market as well. So the overview, what we'll be talking on in broad aspects. So firstly we'll be talking on Nuclei SaaS setup, and what was our legacy setup for our product, and how we migrated to Flutter Native, or why we migrated to Flutter Native. Then comes Flutter Web migration, the retreat and the struggle, of course, why we migrated to Flutter Web from Flutter Native, and then how we conquered Flutter Web problems by building our own in-house native framework called FASM, or Flutter Web Assembly. Also, the FASM roadmap, what next in FASM, and what surprise we have for the community with that respect. So yeah, let's consider this is a bank app. Okay, this is a bank app. As you can see, there are various other services that a bank can have. So similarly, Nuclei is, as I told, Nuclei comes with various SDKs, SDK categories like flights, recharge, the marketplace basically, or the credit card stack, or subscription product, junior banking, which help banks to enable customer engagement on a higher level and pull in more customers to use bank apps, or like a super app basically. So earlier Nuclei had a legacy code base in which we had separate code base for Android and iOS, and obviously that comes up with a lot of pain when you have 2 separate code bases to maintain in a SaaS business. So in order to scale as a SaaS business, obviously we had a lot of challenges, which Prasanna will talk upon now, and we'll see how we move to Flutter Native and then to Flutter Web, and what problems we were facing. So yeah, with this I'll be giving it to Prasanna.
Thank you, Ashank. Hello everyone. Let's quickly discuss about the challenges we have faced with the native SDK. Number 1, designing and building the SDK for each platform, that is Android and iOS, that too with multiple operating system and too many devices globally, ultimately increase the development and testing time. And the number 2, We had to ship SDK separately in order to support the multiple CPU architectures, ultimately increase the SDK size. Number 3, unfortunately, we all don't use the same device. Adaptability is the biggest challenge we have faced, where user interface has to fit into the screen dimension. And the number 4, we did the platform specific expertise where developer will write code in Swift for iOS and Java for Android, ultimately increase the cost. And the number 5, any enhancement or any new feature introduction requires frequent App Store or Google Play Store release. To conquer this, we started using Flutter SDK, which is one of the most efficient tool to build the app quickly. We have migrated majority of our native SDK to Flutter, which actually reduces the development and testing time. And also this time we don't require platform specific expertise, and there is a good support for adaptability. But still we have few challenges here, especially introducing the new categories exponentially increases the SDK size. And again, any enhancement or any feature introduction requires the frequent App Store or Google Play Store release. To conquer this, we started exploring Flutter Web. We have started migrating few categories into Flutter Web, and we have seen few advantages here. This time SDK size got drastically reduced because executables is not part of the SDK, and also executables resides either at CDN or server. We can provide frequent app release without making App Store or Google Play Store release, because content will directly pushed into user phone. And even we can provide the progressive web app feature this time. And also we can even provide the native feel like experience using the Canvas kit, which is powered by the SKA engine. And another important thing here we have observed is the code base size, because there will be a single code base size and maintenance is also easy. While migrating few web category, we have struggled a lot and we have faced few challenges. Especially is the high initial loading time. This is because Flutter has to convert Dart code into a JavaScript, which ended up with higher JavaScript files. This is because there is a few dependency, especially at Flutter framework end, has to be converted into JavaScript. And also because of tree shaking support is not there currently, even unused code will also be part of your JavaScript. Ultimately this results in the heavier JavaScript file. Even you can see here this issue is still open in GitHub, where people are talking about JS file size is too large. And the second challenge we have faced is Canvas kit. As I said earlier, to provide native feel like experience, we have to dependent on Canvas kit. It is approximate of 7 MB. Ultimately it increased the initial loading time, so we have a benchmark of 15 to 30 seconds here. And also we have one more challenge with the service worker. Flutter Web comes with the service worker by default. Now service worker act as a proxy between the web application and the network. It provides few features like offline caching experience, and also it also helps us to intercept the request so that we can take a call whether to make a network request or not. But still, service worker has few problems. The major problem here is the browser support. So browser support currently is not that great. For example, in iOS, only iOS 14 and above supports progressive web app, and also isolation from the main thread. Here inside the service worker, we cannot access the DOM element directly because service worker always runs in the background thread. Another problem we have faced with service worker is it won't work on HTTP schema. It requires HTTP schema even during development. And also we require sophisticated understanding of caching and communication APIs in order to work with the service worker. And another biggest challenge is the limited access to the device hardware. For example, accessing to device camera or the Bluetooth or NFC features is quite difficult currently. To conquer all this problem, we came up with in-house SDK called Phasm. My colleague Ashank will explain about this. Over to you, Ashank.
So, hello again, and obviously the must awaited thing, Flutter WebAssembly or Phasm. How we are conquering Flutter web problems with Nuclei in-house product or in-house framework, Phasm. So Phasm is just a casual name given by us, and hoping to make it a standard, obviously. And yeah, so Phasm is Nuclei in-house native framework that leverage the power of Flutter Web as PWA or mobile web SDK. So for example, if you have a host application and you want to fit in as an SDK inside that host application, and your SDK, let's say, is built in Flutter Web, and you would want to inject that code into the host application, so you can use our framework Phasm as your native SDK or native wrapper over the Flutter Web app, and making it almost like a Flutter Web SDK that goes and fits into any host application. Also, if you are building just a PWA host application, then also you can use Phasm directly for this. So what is Phasm doing for us? Obviously it's solving us the problems that we saw in Flutter Web. It comes with improved on-demand or lazy loading speed, like quite a lot of improvement improvement in the loading speed, and seamless abstract integration aspects. So it is very easy to integrate with any host application or host SDK, and it comes with all the web view or WebKit configurations and everything for you that will be needed to integrate a web SDK or a Flutter web app as an SDK. Also, it has a smart release feature wherein you can do real-time app store releases or real-time app upgrades without any app store or play store releases, with a backward compatibility feature. So let's say you released something on Flutter web, some new deployment, and there is a sudden chaos in the production, so you can directly revert to the previous deployment and you are good to go. So yeah, so as you can see, this figure explains. So we have a nuclear native SDK setup and we have a nuclear web SDK. So this basically has the web view and everything, wherein you load the Flutter web app URL, which is binded with the Phasm native SDK. So yeah, this is the amount of reduction that we had in Flutter web SDK, initial or consecutive load time. So almost by 5x, which is obviously meeting our benchmark. And the best part is that some of our partners, clients, are already in production with Flutter web SDKs powered by Phasm, and we have received really great feedback, positive feedback in terms of Flutter web, whether in terms of loading time or frequent app releases without any app store release or play store release. Now we don't need to do any play store release or give any pains to our clients whenever we release any SDK features. So yeah, that's how Phasm is doing the magic for us. So how do you integrate Phasm to your host application? So we have a pretty concise contract or an interface. So we just, any host application or host SDK has to implement this Phasm load manager callback, which exposes few methods like the base URL, wherein you pass your Flutter web app URL or Flutter web SDK URL, and the bundle zip config URL. So basically this is a config URL for, so you will download some configuration for you which will guide the Flutter web download or caching mechanisms and everything. Also the bundle root path name, wherein you will cache the static assets of Flutter web. This is also configurable from the host app side or host SDK side, the host SDK version, and the certificate pinner. So this certificate pinner is just to validate these base URLs or config URLs. Okay, should enable logs. So there is also a function through which you can enable logs inside Phasm if you want, just to see the logging events and everything. So the second part of the Phasm is how do you get the URL, or how do you get the exact URL to load inside your web view. So this URL is nothing but this is some configuration and that is downloaded, that is cached inside Phasm before you load any URL. So this takes care of all the caching, all the initial loading and everything, and just you have to just use it as an observable, subscribe on it. As soon as the Flutter web app is ready to be used, you will get the URL here. Till then you can show a loader or something on your app. So yeah, this is obviously you might be interested in how exactly Phasm is working. It's not possible to tell everything on very low level, but obviously we can cover the high level aspects of Phasm. So the first thing that happens is you initialize Phasm on host application level. So as soon as your application launch, Phasm is initialized and it starts doing its job of downloading Flutter web configurations, caching things and all. Also, we are caching some of the heavy assets in the native as well, native part only, like CanvasKit, WebAssembly, which is rarely going to change in future, or some font files which are really going to change in future. We directly ship it with the native wrapper of the Phasm. So we don't download CanvasKit again and again, or we don't download other files again and again, other heavy files again and again. So then we fetch the compressed web bundle. So whatever web app, Flutter web app we have. So there are a few things that will keep compressed and fetch it, and then we start loading the web app locally through that bundle, and as soon as your HTML page is opened, you get certain links to the relative JavaScript files or APIs that is passed into the Phasm interceptor, and this Phasm interceptor is intelligent enough to fetch some. So let's say you intercept a link there. Based on that link, it is intelligent enough to decide whether that particular resource is present in the directory cache or the assets or if it is not present, as a fallback mechanism, this sends the URL to the remote and downloads it from the remote. So that's how constructive and that's how constructive Phasm is. And then it comes from the server and then it goes to the interceptor and you get the result loaded that you see rendered on the screen. So yeah, that's about Phasm high level diagram. Obviously, you might be having a lot of questions. How is it working internally? How we are doing it in real time? So yes, it is quite complex, which cannot be covered in this session. So we are open to questions, and also we'll be coming up with webinars in future when we make Phasm open source. So yeah, we are planning to make Phasm open source soon, very soon. We are just doing some documentation parts and some licensing stuffs, and as soon as it's done, we are good to go for the community as well. Also, we are in the future roadmap, we are planning to introduce the server side push with HTTP2 protocol, wherein the assets or the static assets are not demanded from client side. The server itself pushes based on the resources mentioned in the HTML. So as and when required, we can use it on client side. So that network bandwidth used for client request is saved. Also, the push notifications, as we all know, as an SDK, when you sit in an app, it's a pain for SDK guys or SDK companies or the SDK businesses to show push notification if it's not completely handled inside the SDK itself. Because push notification is something, this service is implemented on app level, so it's very important that push notification is a part of Phasm or the Flutter web framework. And then also we are introducing a very important feature wherein you can have multiple Flutter web apps, and all these multiple Flutter web apps can use single instance of Phasm to solve all the optimization problems, whether it's caching, whether it's backward compatibility with the releases or loading speed. Yeah, so that's all about Phasm and Flutter web. Thank you. And these are our major open source contributions that we have been doing since past 3 years, and these are again our email IDs. Also, you can visit gonuclei.com if you want to explore more on what we are doing, more on Phasm, more on Flutter web. You can reach out to us. So yeah.
Great talk again. I would say keep the name, guys. Phasm. I think it's a thing. It sounds very interesting, especially when you think of what you guys are doing in the banking environment and using Flutter for web. So this was great. We're close to the lunch hour, so we will have a half an hour break. We'll be back by 1 p.m. GMT. So half an hour and we'll be back. So see you guys soon. The next topic is server-driven UI in Flutter. So would be interesting to hear what Divyansh have to say on that. So yeah, let's just come back and rejoin us. Meanwhile, go on the other side, which is our special chat. We can talk and ask questions and see how things are going within Flutter ecosystem, or within what you're going today on a Sunday afternoon, or wherever you are, morning, afternoon, or evening. So yeah, catch us up on Special Chat. The links have been provided. So we will have a half an hour break. That's our lunch break. And see you guys soon. Okay, we are back. Just a minute for before the next talk. Server-driven UI in Flutter. I hope you enjoyed the talks. We had it this morning. Apologize for some bad audio quality. There was some problem with the codec, but I hope the rest of the days go good and no tech hiccups. So I'm gonna hand it off to Divyansh for server-driven UI in Flutter.
Hello, a very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my talk, Server-Driven UI in Flutter. This is Divyanshu Bhargav, all the way live from Abu Dhabi, UAE. A little intro about me before we move forward. I'm a mobile engineer at Securrency. Securrency is a blockchain-based company focused on the financial market infrastructure. So today we are going to see how server-driven UI can do magic to your app. So let's get started. Let's see a brief history of apps. So we all know apps have come a long way since 2008 when the first time App Store and the Play Store were launched until today in 2022 when there are more than 3.47 million of apps on Play Store and 2.26 million apps on App Store. But in this time frame, it's not only the number of apps which have increased. Traditionally, apps were much more slow, much more static, but today apps are becoming much more dynamic, much more personalized, and much more smart. Let's take Netflix for an example.
We're having a few technical difficulties with this one at the moment. Give us a second and we'll get back on track. Thank you for bearing with us. We're just trying to work this one out. I think this is going to work. Bear with us.
Hello, a very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my talk, Server-Driven UI in Flutter. This is Divyanshu Bhargav, all the way live from Abu Dhabi, UAE. A little intro about me before we move forward. I'm a mobile engineer at Securrency. Securrency is a blockchain-based company focused on the financial market infrastructure. So today we are going to see how server-driven UI can do magic to your app. So let's get started. Let's see a brief history of apps. So we all know apps have come a long way since 2008 when the first time App Store and the Play Store were launched until today in 2022 when there are more than 3.47 million of apps on Play Store and 2.26 million apps on App Store. But in this time frame, it's not only the number of apps which have increased. Traditionally, apps were much more slow, much more static, but today apps are becoming much more dynamic, much more personalized, and much more smart. Let's take Netflix for an example. So these are the three screenshots from three unique users, and you can see to each user, Netflix is showing different content and a different format. So for this user, like Netflix is showing watch list, and to this user, like second user, Netflix is showing the top 10 shows and movies in India. And to the last user, Netflix is showing the new releases on Netflix. And this is a perfect example how apps are becoming much more smart and personalized to users depending on the user's preference and their usability of the app. So how we are building app today? So today most of the apps are built through the client-driven UI. So how does the client-driven UI work? So basically, client-driven UI is when your presentation logic is inside the client. What does it mean? Client in this, basically your client, your example Android, iOS, it is your app has predefined the UI element and the component. So yeah, it's predefined in your app, like which screen will have what component and what widget and what will be the navigation flow for your app. And it works fairly simple. Your client requests to the API with the REST call, and the REST call contact the DB and returns you with a JSON file. And this is just the data which you need to populate. What's the problem in this flow? First thing is the repeated logic. Imagine you have a product which have a multiple clients like Android, iOS, and web, and each clients you need to have the same logic again and again. And this problem can be solved with the Flutter, but this problem can also be solved with the SDUI. Another is slow updates and bug fixes. This is the major thing. This is the reason why a lot of the companies are adopting SDUI for faster delivery of the app. Imagine you have a new feature request or the bug fix request, and even though it can be a very small request like changing a string typo or fixing some UI overflow or changing
It looks like we've been having some problems here with the streaming of videos, I'm afraid, for everyone. So I think what we'll do is we'll put up that video after as part of our edited uploads. So we'll go on a break now for 15 minutes until the next slot at 1:30, where we'll be having Majid come on and talk about building PWA apps with Flutter.
Yeah, I think just to have a good experience for the users, we definitely would like to upload this later because this sounded very bad this time. Yes, Simon?
My audio is not working on the side at the moment, so I'm just going to pretend that you said something that I can hear.
Sure. Okay.
And,
No,
we're going to carry on. And
let's just
we'll see you
bring
guys
everything
back in
back
15 minutes.
and ready for the next talk from Majid. Yeah, let's do that. Sorry for this. Welcome back. Sorry for that, guys. I was using the lunch hour to figure out how to fix that choppy video issues that you guys were facing, and I think we were unsuccessful in the last talk. So we will upload the talk onto our channel. So look out for that. That was server-driven UI in Flutter by Divyansh. But now let's just see what Majid has to say about building a PWA app with Flutter. Over to Majid.
All right, and welcome to this session. So in this session, I'm going to talk about building PWA, Progressive Web App, with Flutter. So in 25 minutes, I'm going to show you like what are the possibilities with Flutter Progressive Web App, and also how can you extend your service worker and have a better Progressive Web App, let's say. So you all have seen probably all of these, examples. I'm not going to show you. So you get these slides later. You can come back to it and you can play around and see. These are already deployed to my web hosting, and they are all running offline. So they're technically a progressive web app with written in Flutter. So there are 3 use cases for building web applications with Flutter. One is when you want to build PWAs, exactly the topic of today. Another one is building a single page application. Well, that's again a use case with Flutter Web. And another one is building, like converting your existing mobile application to web as well. But today we're going to talk about progressive web apps. What are the characteristics and what is the service worker? And also we talk about web app manifest, PWA, generally in Flutter, what are the possibilities? We're going to talk about how you can extend your service worker and have your own service worker instead of the pre-generated service worker from Flutter. And then we will finish up this presentation. So as you can see right now, let me introduce quickly myself. My name is Majid. I've been introduced very nicely, but again, a Flutter Google developer expert and also a community admin. So you can find me on different social media, on internet, usually with this handler. Try to catch me, and I'm happy to talk to you at any time. So let's move on. Oh, don't forget about Flutter Vikings. It's coming actually. So this presentation was just a promotion. Don't worry about it. PWA, Progressive Web App, what it is. Generally, when we're talking about progressive web apps, we're talking about like an application that is reliable, fast, and engaging, right? So there are several characteristics to it. Like one of the most important things is just it's resembling the native like user experience. So you're already building a mobile application with Flutter and you're actually doing some great things over there. So you can also do the same thing, like building a great web application and making a progressive web app, with Flutter too. There are a lot of APIs in browsers that you can also leverage in progressive web apps, and like you can access to USB if you want, or a bunch of other APIs. So this is also possible. But one of the things that I want to mention is two main important part of the PWAs. One is the service worker, and another one is web app manifest. So let's talk about service worker right now in this case. What is service worker? In fact, is a proxy, is a script running in the background, and it acts like a proxy between your application and your cache or maybe your server, right? So that's like what we call it, the brain of a progressive web app. There is a life cycle to that. So where you come to the application from the time that you install this service worker, then it goes to the active mode. Well, you can do a bunch of things over there. And then it goes to the ideal mode where it's just listening to fetch and a bunch of other, messages where you can do things behind in the different thread, in background thread, so with your service worker. So in fact, look at this script right now. The events that the flow that I mentioned are coming as an event in service worker. You're going to have an install event, you're going to have an active event, and well, you need to use fetch. Luckily, Flutter is using that. So if you use fetch, so then all your fetch requests comes to service worker 2. Here is an example of a web application. So where you can fetch like an API, and there we go. So that particular API, the request of that and response for this goes to service worker if you have an install service worker. That's very good. Why? Because then not only you can cache, this is a new cache API in browsers. So you can actually open a cache, you can actually store your request and respond. You store not only your static asset like CSS, JavaScript files and things like that, but also you can cache your network requests, make it fully offline. Here are some strategies. You get my slides, you come back to this slide and think about them and see how they work. But generally, you will usually have like a fetch, just a fetch event, and you can respond. You can manipulate even your respond here in this case. Use very powerful script you're talking. Here are some strategies as I mentioned. You can respond from cache, just cache. Whatever request is coming, always respond from cache. And cache is residing in the browser near to the user. It's gonna be very fast, right? Or you're gonna have network only, where you always go to network. You never cache an API. You might have an application that requires this. Or you might have cache first falling back to network, where that means you are checking cache. If there is no cache existed, then go and fetch that. You might have the other way around, network and, falling back to cache. If network doesn't exist, then, or internet, you don't have internet, then you can go and fetch the request. So you can also update your cache while you are making, your network requests. But these are the strategies. Come back to them and read them more carefully. But another thing that I mentioned is web app manifest. In fact, web app manifest is like a JSON file. It's a text file that you are defining your, applications theming, like the screen, the logo, the colors, and things like that. Usually, you will add them to your index or your file, the entry files, the HTML files like this. And luckily in Flutter, you have that already. I'll show you shortly. The manifest JSON file is pretty, the properties over there are pretty self-explanatory. You can change like color, names, and things like that. That makes your application installable. So when you install, you have a service worker, you have a manifest. When you install your web application on the home screen of the device, when you open up, then it opens up like a native application. And you actually you can change all of those design theming from the web app manifest. You can definitely double check, the manifest from the application tab in your Google Chrome, let's say DevTools. So let's now talk about Flutter. First of all, thanks to the Dart to JS, Flutter can also build a progressive web app, like a web application for you already. You're gonna get a JavaScript file, and a normal web application. So then, when you have your Flutter, if you look at the web folder under your Flutter application, you will see that you have a manifest.json. Here is where you can change your UI or your theming of your web application or progressive web application. So you're going to have in the index.html, this is the entry point of Flutter Web, only one HTML file as of now, right? So when you have that file, if you open it, you not only have the manifest on the top, So you also have a bunch of other things, as well as this script, loading Dart.js, and a bunch of other logic here, JavaScript logic, including registering service worker. Here is the service worker file generated by Flutter. The name of the file is flutterserviceworker.js. And it's a very simple logic here that is going to register your file, taking over. If there is a new service worker, that's going to be overtaken. And then, you're going to get updated service worker. Your user will get the updated service worker. This is the logic here. And once, if something goes wrong, then at least Flutter after 4 seconds will load your main Dart or main JavaScript file for your application. So it's not going to wait here. So it's going to load your JavaScript file. That's going to be good. So at least your user will see your application. So if you look at it right now, the file of service worker will be generated when you run Flutter build web. So then you're going to get flutterserviceworker.js. This is something that is out of your hand. But let's take a look at the inside of this service worker, what it has. First thing it has is just a bunch of name, like the cache name and manifest name and things like that. Resources, the static resources that must be added to the service worker as a pre-cache assets. So here is with the hash. And also in the install event, as I mentioned, then it goes and add those static assets. In an activated, activate mode or flow, then it goes and clean up your cache and remove the old ones and add the new ones and stuff like that. And then you have the fetch. Here's the fetch I mentioned in the beginning in the service worker. So it's listening to any fetch request, including the changing the URL, and then it goes to this service and probably cache or return, something from cache or network request and so on and so forth. So that is making your application already working fully offline. But that is fantastic. So that's the case. You run your application on web, you'll see this pop up on Chrome or many other, even on mobile, you get a pop up and say, hey, do you want to install this? That means, well, you got a good service work, progressive web app with Flutter. But, well, you can take a look at the service worker, for example, in this case, where it's installed, what is the latest time. So you can double check the cache. Well, this is actually for you, like a client. You can double check the request and responded that has been added. This is the cache names under, if you look at this here, these are the caches under the cache storage. And well, that's not enough though. You want to build a progressive web app. You want to have a full control over your service worker, because this is not enough. What if you have an API? What if you want to cache API requests? What if you want to add more and more things, to your service worker? It's a bit out of your hand, at least as of now that I'm recording or explaining this talk to you. Luckily, if we go to and look at the JavaScript ecosystem, we'll find a very good package backed by Google and written with Googlers and also maintained by Google named Workbox. It's a tool that you can leverage to build and write your service worker in a better way. But let's see how you can do that. I know, we are in Dart, we're using POP, and so now you're asking me to switch to NPM and JavaScript. I know, as of now, I told you, but I know there are community efforts behind Workbox to make that Dart compatible or Dart ecosystem compatible. So as of now, bear with me, go with JavaScript, but later, follow me. I have a lot of exciting news for you for later, so you get a better, ecosystem around this for you as a Flutter and Dart developer. But let's go to it. At least You understand how this is working, even though if later it's gonna be a Dart, still it's the same concept and same principles. But let's go to it. You're gonna have your npm, well, you have Node already installed probably, and you're gonna go and install workbox-CLI globally. That's nice. Then workbox CLI gives you a couple of options here. It gives you, well, like you go with the wizard, just the questions, you generate service worker, or you inject manifest with some configuration. Depends on how much flexibility do you need. You can choose one of them. Let's see. I chose a configuration mode. Well, I created workbox.config for one of my application, which is going to have, well, these are JavaScript files, .js, right? The workbox-config, my file, is going to have a bunch of properties. Globe directory, like where is your finalized build Flutter web application? That's going to be under build/web. What are the patterns that you are going to use for caching the static assets? So I added a bunch of things: JSON, OTF, fonts, JavaScript files, and so on and so forth. What is the service worker file you're going to write? It's going to be sw.js. That's what I named it. The path to that, where do you want to actually copy that? The destination. So it's going to be under build web folder, right? And, well, a bunch of other properties that you can add. Like, for example, I want to also add more than 10 megabytes, file, if there is any, for example. Here is a look of this JavaScript file. So very good. Now you have that fully under your control. You can add more and more configuration here. One thing that you can do, the first thing you can do here is that in sw.js file, you can go and import pre-cache and route workbox from pre-caching, like a module, and then add pre-cache and route self.web manifest or WB manifest. This is going to check your build folder of the web, find all of those files that you mentioned, like you had it as a globe patterns, and then add it as a pre-cached asset. That is fantastic. We'll look into that. However, there is a problem here. This is going to work with those ecosystem, like those JavaScript ecosystem that are using bundlers and, things like that. It may not work directly for you in Dart. Though I recommend you to directly import script, use import script, and directly add workbox that from Google Storage API. So then in this case, you are 100% sure you have workbox every time, all the time. So that's not going to be a problem for you. Do the same thing. So you're going to have workbox here in this case as a global object. Then you have pre-caching as a property, which you can deconstruct the pre-cache and route and pass the same thing as I showed you above. But that's nice. This is by itself is going to handle like the pre-caching part of the Flutter progressive web app. Let's look at this. Now, before that, I want to ask you to do one thing, and that is you need to make sure you're building your pre-WA with no service worker. It really doesn't matter even if you build, because you're going to actually deregister that anyway. But it's nice to do that because then you're not going to build that. Or the Flutter, after building this, if you have already built once, it's going to add the self-destructive script. So it's going to remove that for your client. So all the caches, everything will be gone later. So then do that with the PWA strategy as parameters. Then you're going to have workbox inject, workbox as a CLI, inject manifest, the subcommand, and your configuration, workbox-config, the one that we defined together. Let's look at the file right now. So the file is going to be generated right under the destination that you defined, and it's going to be sw.js on the build web folder. Look at that right now. And look at the pre-caching things. Isn't it familiar? Isn't it similar to the one that Flutter is also generating? But in fact, now you are generating that and you have a full control over it. So now you are generating a service worker file here, in this case, for your Flutter application, where also you can add more things to it. Like you can add the WASM files. You can add, if you have any other static assets here, you can also add it to this file. All right. One thing you need to do after this is you need to make sure you're changing in the index.html file of Flutter from Flutter service worker.js to sw.js. That is very important part that you need to definitely do. Here is the part that I mentioned right now. So next, what else you can do now? You have a service worker under your control. You can do a bunch of things here, and Workbox is providing a lot of things for you out of the box. For example, you can go ahead and add Google Analytics. So if you want to track your offline users where there is no internet and your users are using your application, web application, that is going to be automatically handled. That's nice. Very nice. So what else do you can do that? Like a lot of other things. You can have, well, Workbox is also providing you different strategies for caching. I mentioned in the beginning, you can leverage those. For example, so you can cache fonts like Google fonts that are like getting to your application. Here is one example here where later come back to my slides. Look at these examples. You can go and check the origin for fonts and add them to the cache, and also have different strategy for that. Like you can have not only expiration for your cache, you can have also strategies such as stale while revalidating. Another thing you can do right now, so you can actually go and check out register route, check out your APIs. Let's say I'm using Hacker News. This is something that now you can do under your control. You can say, I have an API. This is my API origin. So this is going to be on my cache. Whenever I request this, then cache first. Like that means for the first time, cache it, put it to the cache. But next time when my user is requesting the same thing, never goes over network. Just get it from cache, from the browser, and show to user. That's fantastic. Or maybe other strategies too. Like there are a bunch of strategies that you can use here, including expiration. Like for example, add this request and respond for 5 minutes. And if for 5 minutes user is requesting, always bring from cache. And then after that, well, expire that, retrieve, validate the cache, and then return the response. That is nice. So now you have a lot of control over your service worker. So let me show you one example here. So here is an example. Like in one thing that you can do right now is you can check the service worker that you have. With this example, you are creating a model whenever Workbox is registered, or one of your service workers is registered and is updated, then this model, this is an example, is going to show up on the application and say, hey, there is a new service worker registered. You have a new update of, your website. Do you want to reload? So this is one example, which you have control over it, and you can do that as simple as these few lines. Let's take a look at that. Another thing that you can do is, like, you can actually send back and forth messages and do whatever you want. Like in this case, we're sending here skip, let's say, and then here we're listening to the skip waiting, and then we're just skip waiting. What does it mean? It means that you don't wait for service worker to register. Whenever there is a new one, register it, and please maybe claim all the clients. Clients, it means like tabs in this case. They all need to go through the new service worker. Never wait for reload or close and opening. And here is the case. So now that simple snippet that I showed you will show after the second time that there is a change in service worker and installing, it will show your user new version of application is downloaded. Do you want to do that? Do you want to like reload? And you can say yes and do that. In fact, if you use Navigator 2, like for example, you're using Go Router package or any other package, you will have a nice URLs for your web, including nested ones. And you can go and cache all of them as well. So make your application fully offline under your control. I recommend to do that for sure. So let's see what we have learned together. We talked about the fundamentals. We went through the service worker and the different strategies, and we talked about web app manifest, and then at the end, so we learned how Flutter can go better with the service worker under your control. You can read more patterns about advanced, let's say, PWA strategies. I have so many slides for that, so you can take a look at that as well. With that said, thank you very much. This was what I wanted to show you. You can reach me, connect me with this handler, and you can also have a slide under slides.com/myhandler. Thank you very much. And with that said, have a very nice day. Enjoy the conference.
That was a great one from Majid. PWA with Flutter. I think there were some of very good insight on how you can use or make your app work with PWA. And I really like the way you can actually just convert an app. And I think throughout the day we noticed like people have been using the same code for web and then a server side, and then this time it was to do with PWA. So for our next talk, we're gonna bring in Nav for building Flutter apps with multiple lingual support. So in a bit, I will add Nav to the stream. So Nav is going to talk about multiple language, and I think we saw everything around and how to build it, but multiple lingual is also important for your apps. So we will see that in a bit.
Hello everyone, welcome to Flutter Festival London 2022. My name is Nav Singh. I am from Montreal and I am a mobile software engineer at Manulife and JDE for Android. And if you want to stay in touch, you can follow me on Twitter or Medium or LinkedIn. My username or Twitter handle is on the screen, which is navczaydev. So in today's today's session, we will discuss about the internationalizing Flutter applications, and I will not having any kind of slides for this session. So we will go through some Flutter documentation and then the real world sample application to actually see how we can add the support for multiple languages in our application. So we go to the slides. Sorry, the documentation. So this is the standard documentation provided by the Flutter for internationalizing your Flutter applications. So there are two ways basically for adding support for multiple languages in your applications. The first one is this one, as the documentation mentioned here, is like step by step going through each single step. And the second one is by using the tool which is integrated in the IDEs for Visual Studio and for Android Studio. I am working day to day with Android Studio, so I will show by using Android Studio how we can use the Flutter Intel tool for adding multiple language support in our applications. So let's start with this manual process. So why we need localization? So the first question is, what, like, do you really need a support for multiple languages? So that question is basically answered by actually figuring out what you are targeting in the market. So if your user base is like for a single country, for example, say US, or like just English speakers, or they are comfortable with English, you don't need that, right? But if you are targeting users like internationally, like it doesn't mean wherever they are, they can use your application. For example, France, Canada, or any other country, for example, you need to support Spanish, French. So this is for that thing. By default, Flutter's language is English. So if you want to support other languages, you can use that Flutter localization in your applications. The first step is you need to go to the pubspec.yaml, and under the dependencies you need to add these two lines. This makes sure that localization is going to be supported by your application. So the first step is like adding the Flutter localization and set the SDK value to the Flutter. And then you run the pub get packages, or if you are like using the Flutter one, you just run the Flutter get, or IDE is also having these commands, so you just run that command, and then import the Flutter localization file in your class. Basically you need into the main class. What that provides is like it provides you the delegates that you can add to the material app. It has two properties. First one is the localization delegates. It takes an array of delegates. Here, if you see in the sample application, they provided 3 delegates. The first one is the material localization for material widgets. Second one is for the widgets, which if your app is based on if it's a widgets app. And the last one is the Cupertino for iOS widgets. So you can omit one of them, like if you don't supporting material localization or Cupertino, you can omit those. And the next property, which is supported locales, it also gain the array, and you can define n number of languages that you are going to support in your application. So these are the first 2 steps that you need to add at the material app level, like in the main class, main widget of your class. And this is the basically manual process that you actually even you are using tool, you need to do these things by your own, like adding the supported locales and the delegates. But there is a next steps that can be easily automated by using the tools. So the next step is adding the localized messages. So from here you need to add the package which is called intl under the dependencies of your pubspec class, pubspec file. And let me just make it a little bit larger so you can actually see this more clearly. So here if you see Intel 0.17, you can just check the package version, whichever the latest. Just take that and add it to the pubspec, and then you need to set under the Flutter, you need to set the generate tag true. So what it does is like whenever you add any localization message in your application, you need to rerun to your project to generate those messages so that you can use in your application. So you need, next step is like after adding the localization, these are the next steps. Like the first one, adding the Intel package, and the next is setting the generate tag to true. After that, just run the pubget, and the next step is creating a file for your localization class support. The file is called l1on.yaml. Just name that file under the root directory of your project and add these 3 lines. You can just grab from the documentation and add in there. And after that, you need to create files for each language. For example, if you are supporting, let's say, 10 languages, then you provide 10 languages. And if you are familiar with Android, like how that works, like it creates a multiple string value, string resources files, right? Like if they are supporting French, they are like having with the locale tag and having our own file for each language. So this is basically the same concept, but it's not just having that kind of concept of having resources in layouts and all that stuff. So this is how you can do it in Flutter. So you will need to create in your under the lib folder the L1 node N directory, and in that directory you can create ARB files for your languages. For example, here they have created for English language, they have added the message. Then they created another file which is called ES. ES is for Spanish, and they added the message there. So now you have basically it's a key value pairs like name and then the value of that for given that property. So now this means like you are going to support 2 languages in your application, for example, Spanish as well as English. Now, after adding all these things, you just need to run your project, because as I mentioned earlier, every time you add a message to your locale files, you need to rerun your project for the proper generation, code generation. So I think it's the better approach would be like add all the messages all together, or like in a bulk, like 10, 20, whatever you get from your spec or whatever, if you already have those messages. So add those messages, rerun your project, and just access your messages in your application. So once all that generation is done, in the section of the localization delegates, you need to add the delegate which is generated after the proper code generation, which is called app localization.delegate. So you need to add that one, and then you can also configure the supported locales based on your application's delegate. So based on this delegate, you can also omit creating manually locale objects and providing the value to supported locales in the next step. I will show you in the code. Or if you see here, it says supported locales, which is app localizations dot supported locales. So basically you don't need to even do this one manually once you have done the code generation and added the inc files and generation successful done. So next, the thing is like using those messages in your application. For example, you have a text widget and you want to use that hello world message that we have initially created here, this one. So you can access this message using the app localization with the help of providing the given context for that widget, and then the name of the property that you have defined in the messages file, which is hello world, and you are good to go. Whenever there is a system change for that given message, let's say user change the application from English to Spanish or vice versa, the message will be properly handled by your application, and it shows the specific message based on that language, whichever you supported. Like if you supported Spanish, you will show the Spanish message, otherwise the English one. So this is all the manual steps that you need to do once you are if you want to support the multiple locales in your application. And if you want to if you see, the next section is the localizing for iOS, so I will leave it to you guys. Just explore it if you want to learn more about how you can do that for a platform specific things. So this is basically I guess 9 steps that you need to manually perform in your applications if you want to support for multiple locales. But let's go to the to the IDE and see how we can actually omit those things and just use the tool which is available in the Flutter as in Android IDE. I guess it's pretty sure it's available for VS Code too, so you can check and use that one. So if you see here, it's there and it has a couple of options. So just for the time constraint, I added some properties by my hand, like before actually showing you the project. So I added the Flutter localizations under the dependencies that I showed you before. I added the INTL package, which is the latest version is 0.17. And once you like also this tag, so basically 3 steps that you need to do: INTL package, Flutter localization, and the last one is this generator tag. Sorry, here. And after that, You run your project, the global localization delegates are available for your application is ready for localization support, and this one will be auto-generated for you once you try to enable the multiple language support in your application. So I already added that, so you go to here, Flutter intl tool, understand, then say initialize for the project, and it will initialize the localization for your project. And let me show you the structure very quickly. So I already have one English spot for like message for the Flutter festival here, if you see. So I currently have only one language spot. Before you need to do this step manually, like create a L1ON in your project, add the file for language, and then from there you can go on. But now with that tool, like once you initialize the package, it will generate all these messages, and for the language files it will generate for you once you try to add new language. For example, let's say let's add a new language quickly. So my mother tongue is Punjabi, so I will try to add support for Punjabi language in my application. I click OK. So it added me the file. Just make sure that you added the right language code. So it's successfully added. So I already have that message. So it basically says Flutter Festival heading, which is the name of that message, and the value is called Flutter Tyohar London 2022, which is Flutter Tyohar. Basically in Punjabi, Flutter is Flutter, and Tyohar means festival, then the name of the city, which is London, and then 2022. So now we have two supported languages in our application, and let me quickly run this. So in the back, let's leave it there and see quickly the main file. So once you added the generated file, these will be the imports that you need to add for the localization. This package will provide you the delegates for the widgets, Cupertinos, but I don't need Cupertinos because I'm not going to use the Cupertino widgets, so I can omit this one, but again it's up to you, but I'm just showing you guys. So this is the delegate for your application. Once you generated all these files, you can go to this instance of your application's instance here. If you see, it declares it is the responsible for providing the messages, access to the messages and the delegate for your application. If you see here, it's a app localization delegate, and it's creating the instance and giving you the access to all those messages and the delegate for your app specific delegate. So here I'm initially adding the delegate for my application, which is s.delegate, and if you go here, it's this one, which is app localization delegate. Okay, and after that, for the supported locales, you can use again the delegate from your application. You don't need to create manually for each instance for multiple locales. Just provide the supported locales, and these supported locales basically here. And if you see, this is already generated for you the list of languages you're going to support, which is English and Punjabi in my case. And then the next one is like how we can use this message in our application, right? So let's see that in action. So if you see this one, so let me quickly also show the application side by side. I guess this space is enough. So this is currently the running sample of this application. So here, this is the first widget, which is Flutter Festival London. Let's make it little. Yeah, perfect. So now I'm setting the value of that message here, Flutter Festival heading, and right now my system's language is in English, so it shows in English. But you can also provide like a use and change notifier, or provide those kind of widgets to give access to user to post, like the freedom of changing the language of your app only. Like they can switch to English or Punjabi in my case. I will show you that one quickly. I already have one application running in that case. So you can access the messages using the delegates, your application's delegate. So which is basically this one. You say s.of, then passing the context to that, and then this message name. So if I go here, you see here it says like international.messages, name is this, and we didn't provide description, but you can provide the description in, if you see in the Flutter docs, and you will get the access to the message. And if you see here, you can see this generated code to understand how this actually works. Like if you can also check by supported, like if there is any language is supported by your application or not. So this is basically how you can add the messages in, like access those messages and add messages or languages using the tool which is Flutter INTL. And just to make sure that how things are look like, let me show you my one another application. So this is my application here, if you see it. So I give the access freedom to user, like to change any language if they want. So here if you select the Punjabi, you see now it's in Punjabi, and if they want to change it in English, you can see it in English. So yeah, that's pretty much about this quick session, like how you can actually provide a multiple support and increase your user base or increase your app's reach to the global level. Like it doesn't matter wherever your user is, and you can just provide a support for multiple languages by using tools like the integrated tools, and it's very easy for developers. And thanks, and if you have any questions, feel free to ping me on Twitter or LinkedIn, and we are happy to go from there. Thank you everyone for your time, and enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you very much.
That was interesting. I think today I knew a little bit Punjabi and also Turkish. So this was, and again, it's an important thing to add support for multilingual to your app and start thinking about it day zero. So that's Nav talking about internalization and language support to Flutter apps. The next session is again one of my favorites. It's about Flutter and Firebase. We still have time for it, so we will have some holding music and we get ready for the next speaker. Meanwhile, you guys can take a quick break. So yeah, we'll be back with if I'm not good with the names, Kaderi on Flutter and Firebase, and it's 2:30 GMT. So see you soon. Okay, we are back, and I think this is one of my favorite topic, Flutter and Firebase. So yeah, take it away. Let's see what how these can be combined together for your apps.
Hello everyone, I am Kadriye. I am so happy and excited to be speaking at this event, Flutter Festival London. So today I will speak about Flutter and Firebase. Let's start to introducing myself. I am a software engineer and I am currently working as a Flutter developer in a company. I have been working with Flutter for half 2 years and I have a YouTube channel to share as what I learn. It's Hello World. Also, I just joined Flutter Turkey and it's fun to organize events like this. Thank you, Flutter lovers. Okay, what is Firebase? I am sure most of us have had some experience with Firebase. It may be the first database for some of us, just like me. I mean, it's a very popular and highly preferred database. Yes, but is Firebase just only database? Let's start the review. Firebase is a platform developed by Google for creating mobile and web applications, also Unity applications. That is, we can add our Android or iOS, web or Unity projects to Firebase. But there isn't desktop apps, unfortunately. We can add the same platforms multiple times like as multiple Androids or multiple iOS. By the way, of course, we need to have a Gmail account to use Firebase. And it's really easy to create project in Firebase console. If we look at its features, what awaits us? Yes, we see three groups. In fact, we see that is as many users other than database. Firebase says build better apps, or improve app quality, or grow your app. We can say authentication, cloud functions, cloud firestore, cloud storage we use the most. But we will talk about another features too today. We can't use some of its features for free, so we can check the price from this link. Yes, it's opened. Firebase actually works with pay-as-you-go logic, which is a very good, I think. Most features are free up to a certain limit. Spark plan or Blaze plan. Pay-as-you-go, yes. Authentication, cloud firestore, cloud functions. We can see their price. Okay. How do we mostly do projects with Flutter using Firebase? For example, even if we don't use its database, we can use Firebase for login or register operations. Or we can see Flutter and Firebase chat application examples on the internet. Because with Firebase services, save contacts, send notification in messages, this is so easy to do. In our Flutter projects, we can easily save our data to database. It is also very easy to read from this database. We can also prefer database only when adding adds to our project. It also allows. We can use Firebase not only for messaging apps, but also for sending any notification, whether it's a push notification or a pop-up messages. Yes, we said it is highly preferred, and of course a very nice step has been made for this. It's about how we use Firebase and Flutter and how it explains the codes one by one with examples. Let's check. It shows which library we can use the feature of Firebase. For example, we want to use cloud storage, so we choose Firebase storage library. We can check Firebase storage in pub.dev website. We can continue check GitHub. Okay, again, get started. This website is really detailed and good. For example, we want to use again cloud storage. How can use storage one by one? They are explained with codes. We can get help from this website for our projects. Continue. What is Cloud Firestore? Cloud Firestore is a NoSQL document database that lets you easily store, synchronize, and query data for your mobile and web apps. In order to use Cloud Firebase, we need to enable it in the Firebase console, and then we can see a screen like this. We said Cloud Firestore is a NoSQL document-oriented database. Unlike a SQL database, there are no tables or rows. Instead, you store data in documents. which are organized into collections. Each document contains a set of key values pairs. Cloud Firestore is optimized for storing large collections of small documents. It's an example from the chat applications. Also, we can easily add any type of data we want, as we can see: string or number, boolean, map. What is storage? Cloud storage for Firebase lets we upload and share user-generated content such as images and video, which allows us to build rich media content into our apps. In the same way, we need to activate all these files before we can use them. Attached images or videos will appear like this. We can use it by creating a URL from here and calling it in Cloud Firestore. We can add data manually from this panel as we add with the code. What is authentication? Firebase Authentication provides backend services, easy-to-use SDKs, and ready-made UI libraries to authenticate users to our app. It supports authentication using passwords, phone numbers, popular federated identity providers like Google, Facebook, and Twitter, and more. As an interface, we see such as screen in the console panel, and from here we can activate by selecting the options we want. For example, email password, Google, anyone's, or maybe Facebook, Twitter. Also, it is very good that it sends free messages for test users on the two-factor logins. We can also use Firebase for this. One of my favorite features of Firebase. Google Analytics integrates across Firebase features and provides us with free and unlimited reporting for up to 500 distinct events that you can define using Firebase SDK. We can see the analysis results separately for all platforms: Android, iOS, web. We are currently seeing the analysis page of an empty project, but this place will shape it by data. Here we can see daily reports, we can see minutes, or which countries, which app versions. Also, in the real-time tab, we can see which countries have active users directly from the world map with a few seconds delay, and I think that's very impressive. In here, we can create custom tracking functions related to our projects. For example, we can see when and how often users log in, or we can track how many clicks there are on a video. There are some ready-made parameters. We can customize them if we want. For example, which pages the users browsed, when did they install the app on their phone, or did they delete it? We can see all of. Debug view. If it is in debug mode, we can use these functions while testing, reacts to us with a few seconds. We can check if it works or not works. And we can see again some parameters, first open, for example, in-app purchase or purchase. Crashlytics. What is Firebase Crashlytics? Firebase Crashlytics is a real-time, lightweight crash reporter who helps us to track, fix, and prioritize stability issues which destroy our app quality. Yes, we need to set separately for iOS and Android for enable to active. And when we activate it, we can see like a screen. We can see how many users, how many errors, and when. For example, for crashes, 2 users effective, we can see in this graphics. And this is daily reports. Yes, we can see graphics about crashes. Cloud messaging. Firebase Cloud Messaging is a cross-platform messaging solution on which the user can deliver messages without cost. With this feature, we can send messages or notifications to all users or to all platforms. We make notification settings on this screen. For example, notification title, we can write here. Notification text, description, notification image or name. For example, Hello Flutter developers is title. Hey, I am here too is descriptions and next. In here we can choose which platform, Android or iOS, and next. And when we send notifications, now or another time, we choose now and next, and we see notifications. In reports tab, it's really detailed because we can see how many users we sent notifications to and how many opened them. It's really detailed and good. Firebase Test Lab is a cloud-based app testing infrastructure that lets you test our app on a range of devices and configurations. So we can get a better idea of how it will perform in the hands of live users. Yes, we can set separately for iOS and Android. When we run test, we can see successful or failed about our project. AdMob by Google. It is a mobile advertising platform which we can use to generate revenue from our app. By using AdMob with Google Analytics gives us additional application data use and analytics capabilities. Tracking analytics such as which ads have been clicked and how many times have been clicked can also help us act more accurately for our applications. Resources that I have used. This list: firebase.google.com, firebase.flutter.dev, docs.flutter.dev, and YouTube, my channel Hello World here. Thank you for listening to me. It was great to tell you. Bye bye.
And yeah, that was a lot of choices for us for Flutter guys. And I think the capability that Firebase provide, I feel like we've been spoiled with too many choices here. What to choose and how can we add all of those capabilities to our Flutter apps. I really like Cloud Firestore, the database. And I hope you guys will be using some of them or are using it. So just put that in the comment section on how you're doing it or what are you using for your Flutter apps and how do you see the integrations. But that was pretty good. So the next talk is about building Chrome extensions with Flutter. And I was like, is that even possible? So Akansha is going to talk about that, but that's at 3 o'clock. So wait for it. And welcome back. And as I said before, I have no clue how to do Chrome extensions with Flutter, so it would be interesting to see what Akansha have to say about it. So here you go, Akansha.
Welcome to this talk on building Chrome extensions in Flutter. I'm Akanksha Singh, a final year Master of Computer Applications student from India. I'm currently interning at JP Morgan Chase & Co. And I'm an open source and hackathon enthusiast. I love collaborating with other developers and designers and building projects. And yeah, that was about me. Let's quickly jump on to the agenda for today and what actually we're going to do today. So we're making a very simple Chrome extension to save important links. Chrome extensions are pretty useful if you are an avid Chrome user, and a lot of times it happens that you need a Chrome extension that can cater your need, and you might not be able to find it on Chrome store, so you can develop it yourself. And if you're a developer, why not make your own Chrome extensions for yourself and for others? And you can develop it for fun as well. So this is a simple Chrome extension, and the agenda and the focus of this talk is not much on the UI or building an app. It's more on converting any of your web apps or like Flutter apps to Chrome extension. So let me quickly show the demo of this Chrome extension. So this is the Chrome extension, and here I can save the links, and I can save anything, but you can save any of your important links here. And if you long press on any of the links, it will be copied to clipboard and you can paste it. So this can be used for saving your important links, like in forms and a lot of places you need your profile links, so you can probably save them here and copy it and paste them down whenever needed. So it's pretty simple. And let me open VS Code. So I have the code for this app, and I'm not gonna code everything from scratch. Like, I have the code, so I'll give the walkthrough of the code. So this is our main.dart file, nothing special. We have home here, and let's jump on to links.dart. So this is a model class links, and because we want to get the links from the text field and then save it, we're gonna use shared preferences for the local storage. So here you can see we have a string URL, and then we have the constructor. We are using from JSON and to JSON method, and from JSON constructor for constructing a new link instance from a map structure, and to JSON method for converting the link instance into the map. So pretty simple. Let's go to home.dart file. Here you can see we have some packages. So we are using shared preferences, and we have Google Fonts and services and Dart convert. So we have a stateful widget here, and the first thing that I have done is initializing an empty URL object list. And then we have a text editing controller for our text field. Then we have some functions here, so let's go through them one by one. First function is adding the URL from the text field. So if our text editing controller is empty, then we're gonna just simply return. Otherwise, we're gonna set state and add this link to this URL to our links list. And we're gonna clear the text field as well, and then save it. And then we have the load function. So this will load all the list data that we get. So we're gonna use JSON decode and then decode it and save it in the widgets.url. And then we have the save function here, and this will save the data. So let's go to the UI part. So here we have the build method, and you can see a scaffold here. Inside the scaffold, we have a container widget, and this container widget has a single child scroll view, and it has a column. So let's look at the column. In column, we have an image that you saw of like a dog, and then we have list view builder. In list view builder, we are getting the URLs, and we are showing them on the screen. So you can see we are getting the URLs here and we are displaying the URLs. We have some styling, and we have the on long press method here. So when we press on the links, then we can copy it to the clipboard. So this is for that. And then we have our text field, and here you can see I added some styling, and the controller has been added here, TF controller. And then we have the button. So we have the button here, and yeah, pretty simple UI. So this is the UI of the screen, and let's run it on web, like on Chrome, and see what it looks like. So we'll simply run it on Chrome. So here you can see our web app, and here we can add the URLs or anything that we want to, and it'll be saved. So you can see it in the list, and we can then copy it and paste it and go to that website or whatever we want to do with the links. So this is our web app, and you can make any web app or like whatever web app you have. The interesting part is converting this web app into Chrome extension. So we need to make some changes in our web folder, and it'll help us in converting this web app to a Chrome extension. So let's go to the web folder. So here in the web folder, you can see we have index.html, we have manifest.json, and let's go to index.html. So in index.html, we can remove these comments, and inside body we have this script that installs a service worker.js to provide the PWA functionality. So we're gonna remove this whole script, and in place of this script we're gonna write script, and the source will be main.json is a file that gives the browser information about your web app, and you can see the name is this, short name is this, you can write about description and other things. So it gives the browser information about your web app, and in this case it will give the information about the Chrome extension. So in here we can probably delete a few things here, or maybe we can just delete everything and write everything from scratch. So let's write the name. So the name is going to be save links, what we had earlier. So let's have the same name. And then we can have a description. So this is the description of we need to have a comma here, and let me zoom in a bit. So, and in description I can have a bookmark important. In description I can have bookmark important links, and then we can have version. So this will be 1.0.0, and then we need to add action, and the action here is it will tell, like when we click on our Chrome extension, what is going to happen. So it will direct us to the default pop-up page, and the default pop-up is going to be our index.html. And the default icon, we can set the default icon as well. Default icon default icon will be from the icons folder. We already have it in the web folder. So inside this, we can have icon 192.png. So this is the action, and this tells the browser when we click on the Chrome extension, it will take us to index.html, and index.html has the script tag, and that script tag has main.dart.js, which is that converts like the Dart code to JavaScript. So here we need to also mention the manifest version, and we need to use the latest one, which is manifest version 3. So yeah, this is what we need to do in manifest.json. You can add other stuff like the background. If you want to run a JavaScript file in background, then you can have background and other things. So you can check that out later. So basically we need to do only this. And next thing is compiling. Now we need to compile it. So for that we will be using this command, that is flutter build web web renderer HTML CSP, and let's build the app. So it has been done, and I'll also show like why am I using the command. So if I go to flutter build web help, then I'll be able to see the description, or like, so we are using web renderer. So this is the render implementation, like how you want to build it, what type of renderer, like by default it's auto, and it is HTML renderer for mobile browsers, and it is canvas kit for desktop, and but here we want to use HTML. That is why we have specified HTML, and we are using CSP as well to disable the dynamic generation of the code and generated output. So this is necessary to satisfy CSP restrictions, and you can read more about it here. So now it has been compiled. Next thing that we need to do is go to our Chrome extensions. So let me load the extension that we created right now, and for that we need to go to load unpacked, and this will take us to our extensions, and this is the save links extension. Here we need to go to the build folder and then the web folder, and we need to select. So in here in index.html, so here we need to add the height and width, and the height will be, let's keep it 600, and we can have width as 400. And after loading it, you can see it here. And to test it, we can simply go to here and we can see our save links Chrome extension, and here we can add a website URL or any random text, and it will be added and saved. So next time we come back to it, we're gonna have that, and if you want to copy that, then we can just copy it to clipboard. And you saw how you can convert any of your web apps to Chrome extension. You might have to explore a bit more into if you want to use a backend and maybe Firebase. So do check out that, and do experiment with it. And yeah, that was all for the session. And so that was all for today. Thank you so much for attending the talk, and if you want the link to the code, you will be able to find it on my GitHub, that is Akanksha1212, and you can also connect with me on Twitter @CoderJedi. So thank you so much.
I am really surprised that you can actually do that with Flutter as a Chrome extension. I think I'm gonna to a lot of the apps that I wanted as Chrome extensions. It will be a very crowded space for on my top banner. So thanks, Kansha, to giving us such an insight on how can you convert your app. And I like the way you went in deeper into coding for showing us what we need to do to make it work and convert the Flutter apps for Chrome. So the next speaker is at 3:30. So take another quick break and we'll be back. Okay, we are live again. And thanks to be online. And this one is interesting. Routers and problems. I never thought that will be routers and problems. And then Sandro has solutions for us. So let's just hear what Sandro has to say today around routers and problems. Sandro, take it away.
Hey everyone, I'm Sandro Wawniczki, and today, with the help of my magic t-shirt, we're gonna try to say a couple of things about the router. So, some facts about me. Currently, I'm working as a lead Flutter engineer at Friendly Fire Esports, where we're building our mobile, web, and desktop app. Recently, in the Flutter Windows update, our app got featured for a split tiny seconds at 3 minutes 17. So that's great. And somewhere at the end of 2020, I started experimenting with Router API, and that project kind of became the Beamer package. So let me just beam up there and we can start the presentation. So the title is Router Problems and Solution, which sounds a bit generic, but that's why we're gonna cover a lot of ground here. So for the table of contents, we're gonna go through the introduction about why do we even introduce the new Router API and new Navigator Pages API, and how do they solve the problems. Then we're gonna focus just on the Navigator, which is kind of a building block in the entire router ecosystem. And then we're gonna say a lot about the router widget and its components. Then at point 4, I'm gonna mention something I like to call contextually different page stacks. Then we're gonna see about multiple navigators, why do we need them and when. And for the end, I'm just gonna mention how Beamer does all of that. So let's get started. A little disclaimer. So presentation pace is gonna be pretty rough. We're gonna get from 0 to 100 pretty fast at the point where we reach the stuff about the router. Then we're gonna try to slow down a bit, and that's not gonna work, so we're gonna just continue with the pace. So introduction about WISE. So we have the Router API because we want a complete integration with all the platforms, specifically web, and we want a declarative navigation API that's more in line with how the rest of Flutter works. So how is this achieved? The complete integration is achieved with various new classes that provide special behaviors. So we have route information provider, route information parser, router delegate with its current configuration getter, let's build navigator, etc. etc. We're gonna hear about that. And the declarative API is the new Navigator Pages API. So now the page stack is built by declaring a list of pages instead of pushing, popping, and pushing various pages. So in a sense, we have a natural deep linking because every time we want to navigate, we are saying, okay, build me that page stack. For the navigator, what is it? So navigator is a widget, and it holds a list of pages and manages that list of pages that are currently displayed on the screen. And Navigator supports two kind of different APIs, that's imperative and declarative. Imperative API is the one with Navigator push, pop, etc. And we're going to talk about today declarative API, which is rebuilding a navigator each time we want to navigate. So kind of like we can think of it in a simple way that every navigation event is deep linking. So every time we navigate, we are building an exact entire page stack that we want. Here is a little graphic about a comparison of those two approaches, so imperative and declarative. So let's say we start from page 1, we can push page 2, and then we're left with a stack of 2 pages. Then we can push page 3, we're left with a stack of 3 pages. Then if we want to have a stack of just page 1 again, we can pop until or pop or something like that. But with the declarative API, it's very uniform behavior because every time we want to change something in our page tag, we're simply rebuilding a navigator with a new list of pages. So to go from page 1 to page 1, page 2, we rebuild navigator with those 2 pages. Then again, from here to here, we build navigator with those 3 pages. And if we want to go to just the page 1, we again rebuild the navigator with just a single page. So now maybe you want to ask, well, do we have a push animation when we do this kind of step? Well, yes, navigator handles that internally. We can also override it with transition delegate that's gonna govern how the pages transition on and off the screen. So, but default implementation is the one we expect. So when we rebuild the navigator from having 1 page to having 2 pages, this page 2 will get a push animation, and if we do something in reverse, then we're gonna get a pop animation. Or when we press the back button, we're also gonna get a pop animation. We're gonna hear about that a little bit later also. So now we ask ourselves how and where to rebuild the navigator. Well, we can do it with a set state in our stateful widget that builds the navigator, but today we're gonna talk about how to do it with router. And here is some important note that's not really related to this slide, but when using the declarative pages API that we're talking about, we also need to implement navigator on pop page. So not only specifying the pages list, we must also specify what happens with our routing or navigation state when a page is popped. So this is the reason for this function. So, and now that we covered the navigator a bit, let's go to the router. So here is router is shown like some kind of a black box, and it's a big box because router in fact consists of 4 major components, so that do all the work for it. So we have route information provider that we rarely override, and it is used to get the route information in and to the from and to the platform. Then we have the route information parser that we can parse that route information into an object that we want to work with. Then we have the router delegate, which is kind of most important. It builds a navigator, it notifies of navigation changes and so on. And we have a back button dispatcher that we can specify a custom behavior for Android back button. And all of that we said, it's kind of written here. So router is a widget that uses its components that we've seen and have here in the columns. So router needs to get a piece of routing information from and to the platform, and it does that by a route information provider that we rarely override, and we always implicitly use platform route information provider. Then router needs to parse that route information that got from the platform into an object that it wants to work with internally, and that is done with route information parser. Then router needs to build a navigator widget and also notify of any changes in routing. That's done with the router delegate, a kind of most important part. And router also needs to handle the Android back button. This is done by back button dispatcher. We don't need to override it. So how to use it? So we've seen what it has, but how to use it all together in a specific application that we want to build. So first off, we need to use the material app.router constructor, and this is pretty much the same as the old material app constructor or Cupertino app. It just has additional properties like route information provider, route information parser, router delegate, back button dispatcher, the ones that the router needs. And then we have to decide how we want to represent our routes internally and with which state maybe. And then we need to implement the route information parser to parse the route information object into our representation of routes and back. Then we need to implement the router delegate, where we need to override the set new route path, and we need to override the build where we return a navigator with pages that are constructed based on the state that we defined and concluded upon receiving the route information. Then we need to make sure to also implement the onPop page. So there we update the state when a page is being popped. We need to override the current configuration to tell the platform what is the current route information for our current state. We can also optionally override back button dispatcher, and here, if this all is not enough, here's a little star that says we don't really need to return a navigator. We can return any widget from build, but in almost all cases we return navigator. So let's try to implement that. We're gonna have a little help from John Ryan's article about the new navigation system. So let's see how it is done there. First, we declare an object that we want to represent our routes with. Then we can start with the parser, so we can parse the route information to that representation of our routes and back. Then we can start with the router delegate, where we can declare the navigator key, the current configuration override, some state variables, and then we can go to the build, where we will build the navigator. For example, here navigator has one page and always, and the second page is shown only when we have a selected book. Then we implemented the onPop page that we really need to implement. Then we overrode the set new route path. Then we provided a function how the user can change the route delegate state so it can navigate. Then we can use all of that in our material app router, where we provide the implementations of our router delegator and route information parser. And after all of that, what we get is this little application with 3 books, and we can click on a book, go to book details, click back button, go back. Amazing. But we see a bit of a issue here. It's not that much of an issue, but a bit of a boilerplate, because the router is very flexible and very powerful, and we really do want the router to be so powerful. But due to the boilerplate, there are various packages now that try to reduce that complexity. So some of the most popular are AutoRoute, Beamer, GoRouter, RouteMaster, vRouter, and probably 50 more. And right now, let's just focus on, we implemented what we needed to implement for our simple application, but let's now see what exactly happens when we are navigating. So first off, what happens when a platform gives the app some route information? This happens when we type in the URL or when we deep link from some other application into our application. So we get the route information object that's provided by the route information provider that we don't really need to override. Then we overrode the parse method on route information parser, so we can parse this route information into a route object that we want to work with in the router delegate. So, and that object then goes into the router delegate set new route path. This function then changes the internal state of the router delegate, and that state is going to be used in the router delegate build to decide upon which pages to put into the navigator. Then we build the navigator and show the navigator to the user. Now the other way around, when the user initiates navigation, the user needs to update the state of the router delegate, and the user needs to notify the listeners. So when router delegate notifies the listeners, 2 things will happen. First, router build of the router delegate will be called, and as we've seen, this build will build a navigator, get it back to the user. So the user can see the pages, but another path will be taken that the current configuration of the router delegate, that the representation of the route is gonna get, and it needs to get back to the platform. So that's why we also needed to override the route information parser restore to get that route object back to the route information so a platform can get it. So that's why when we navigate, the URL on the web is also updated at the same time as we see the updated navigator. So important things to notice here is that router is responsible for building a single navigator. So that's why some natural questions we have maybe how to better deal with wide and deep page stacks. So when we have a lot of pages organized in a lot of page stacks, wide page stacks I like to call contextually different page stack, and we're gonna talk about that soon. And then another question is how to implement some tab navigation where we would really like to keep the state of each tab. So for example, we have profile tab and shop tab, and each tab can go very deep into navigation. We would like to keep the state when we change tabs. So let's now talk about contextually different page stacks. So this is what I mean by that. We have some profile pages marked in red, and they can be organized in various page stacks of 1, 2, or 3 pages. We have some shop page stacks that can go even deeper, and then we can have settings pages and page stacks. And those page stacks don't really have much with each other. So profile page is not really interested, profile page stacks are not really interested in the cart object, but we would like to provide a cart to all of the pages in shop stacks, but not to profile stacks or setting stacks. So how can we achieve that? Kind of sounds impossible, because in order to provide cart to all the pages in shop, we would have to provide it above, or at least create it above the navigator, because that navigator is handling all of those pages. So, but then what if user never enters the shop? Then we created the cart, but no one will ever use it. So that's why we would like to have some special builders for each contextually different page stack. So in those builders, then we would like to bind some specific data and provide it just to those specific pages. But we're gonna hear a bit about that later. Let's now go to the other problem, that's multiple navigators. So as we've seen, all of the possible page stacks are handled by a single navigator, and if we want a tab navigation with, for example, profile and shop tabs, we have two options. We can use a single navigator for both tabs, but let's say we went very deep in some shop tab, and we switch the tab to the profile, and because just a single navigator is handling all of those, then all of the shop pages will get destroyed because profile pages will replace them. Then if we wanted to return to a shop tab, then we would need to remember somehow the state of all those pages, scroll positions, everything, which sounds a bit cumbersome for this use case. But also we can build a navigator in each tab. So, and then if you use something like index stack for switching of those navigators, each of them will really keep their state as it were when we are switching the tabs. But okay, we decided we want to use multiple navigators, but how to create multiple navigators with the router API, and how to keep them in sync? Do we even need to? So one thing we know that every router builds a single navigator. So it would kind of be natural to maybe try to create multiple routers below our material app router. And that's exactly the approach that I'm gonna take here. Of course, we probably can manage that in some different ways. We can build just the navigators and connect them to just that one material app router somehow, but this maybe is somehow easier. So let's say we have this. We have material app router that's in blue, that's controlling the entire application, and then we have profile router and shop router. So profile router builds this red navigator on the profile tab, but if we switch tab to shop, we have a shop navigator, and then we can switch back and forth, and those navigators will keep their state of navigation as it were. So this is something that we would like to achieve, and the question arises how to achieve that, how to sync all the routers in the app. Well, it depends. Here it goes, a popular meme, and let's now just for the kind of a finishing line see how Beamer does all of those things. So Beamer, of course, provides implementation for route information parser, router delegate, so we don't have to. And Beamer specifically focuses on those contextually different page tags that we talked about. So, and the builders of those page tags are called beam locations. So a user can extend beam location and define a very specific behavior for a very specific set of pages that are organized in a very specific set of page tags. So, and also another goal that's related to nested navigators is Beamer tries to achieve really arbitrary nested navigation. So user can just insert Beamer anywhere in the widget tree where a navigator should be built. And Beamer really in fact is just a router widget, but with the communication with all of the other router or Beamer widgets in the tree. So here we can see an example of a beam location for that app that we've seen with books. Okay, this example also has a home screen, but fine. So in every beam location, we have to define which paths does this beam location handle. Because we can have books location, articles location, shop location, profile location, all those contextually different page tags or beam locations can handle different paths, different pages, and they can all be put in the same navigator. So this is how we do it. So we declare which paths do we handle with that beam location, and then we declare how do we build the pages. So exactly how do we build it, it's all up to the user. We can have any logic here, but for now let's just create pages list with home screen always there, book screen there when path segments contain books, book details screen, we will put it into the list when we successfully parse the book ID, and so on. And then we can insert that book's location into a Beamer delegate. That's in fact the router delegate. And Beamer delegate has a Beamer location builder that will you can insert any number of beam locations here, and it will choose the appropriate one. When we navigate to books, it will choose books location. When we navigate to articles, it will choose articles location, and so on. We can also define a completely custom closure here for choosing the beam locations, but that's for another topic. And here we talked about the cart data that we would like to provide to all the shop pages, but not to the profile and settings pages. And this is how it's done in a beam location. So we can declare some weight variable, and we can use build init override to initialize this variable, to create it, and then we can provide it to each page that we want. And this build init is going to be called only when this specific beam location is triggered to provide the pages for navigator, because what build pages returns, it goes directly into navigator.pages. So only when this beam location is specified to be navigated to, then it calls the build init before building. So none of the others, if you have shop location and user never enters the shop location, this will never be executed. Of course, this thing about beam locations may be a bit overwhelming to new users. That's why Beamer has some kind of a simpler API that's called Routes Location Builder. And this, what we see on the screen, is the entire routing setup for application with books. So we can have like slash is home screen, slash books is book screen, slash book ID is book detail screen, with a lot of parsing here that is just kind of serving as providing an example with a lot of comments. So this is a very, very simple setup. And the one thing that's left is the nested navigators, and as I said, we can really put Beamer anywhere in the widget tree. So for example, let's say we have a bottom navigation bar and we have a body that's index stack. We can put Beamer here, and we can put a Beamer inside of a container here, and those Beamers each have their own router delegate that builds the navigator and has the logic for routing those beam locations, or maybe just a routes map. And then when we switch the tabs, we just select the appropriate delegate and say, okay, you should update now. that's all. And all the other navigation is done exactly the same as using just one beamer. So I guess that's all for today's little talk. And here are some sources. Of course, official Flutter documentation of Navigator Router, really classic, and a lot of amazing material there to read. Here, John Ryan's article about the new navigation system when Navigator 2.0, oops, we don't want to call it that, we call it Router, first came out. And then here's a repo with this presentation and all the materials. And here's the Beamer site on pub. So thank you all for listening, and hopefully we'll see more users using the new router, not so new now, router API. Bye.
And I think that was pretty good information. I think at the link during the last, it's very useful for anyone to grab to try it out yourself and see whether that is something for you. And also what I would say is Sandro is available online right now. So as he said, if you have any questions, or if you want to just ask him anything around routers, just ping him online. He would be happy to help you guys with any queries you have. So thanks a lot, Sandro. And I think without speakers like you, this event would not be possible. So thanks a lot for doing this for us. And the next one is in 3 minutes time, again from Akansha. We have heard a lot around accessibility, the need for that. So Akansha is going to put some light on making your Flutter app more accessible. So see you guys in a bit or within 3 minutes. Okay, I'm back again, and this is close to our last talk of the day. Uh, we heard a lot around Flutter, PWA today, Firebase, Chrome extensions, routers, and the last talk is about accessibility. So before I let Akansha go with her talk, just a reminder that this is the last talk. So after this, we'll all go back to track one, and then we will have a closing with myself and Simon talking about how we felt about the entire festival and any question and answers. And it's open to whatever you guys need after this. So enjoy this talk, and then we meet back on track one.
Hi everyone, welcome to this talk on accessibility and how can you make your Flutter apps more accessible. I am Akanksha Singh, a final year Master of Computer Applications student from India. I'm currently interning at JP Morgan Chase & Co. and I am an open source and hackathon enthusiast and I love collaborating with developers and designers and building projects. Feel free to ping me on Twitter if you want to collaborate on a project. I would love that. So let's quickly jump on to today's topic, that is accessibility. Accessibility means the ability to access and benefit from some system or entity. According to World Health Organization, there are over a billion people, which is about 15% of the world's population, that lives with some form of disability. And this definitely isn't a small number. Technology has become a huge part of everyone's life, and it won't be fair if we deprive 15% of the world's population just because they are not as capable as others. Since disabilities are incredibly diverse, designing your app's user interface that can cater everyone's need is tricky. But the good thing is that smartphones already come up with many built-in accessibility features. Still, as a developer, we should take care of the things we need to do on our end that will allow the built-in accessibility features to function properly. And today we're going to look at all those things. So, making your mobile apps accessible significantly increases the size of your potential market, and it not only benefits people with disabilities but also helps others in different ways. Although disabilities are incredibly diverse, most fall into one of the following four categories, and developing your apps with these in mind, you will be able to accommodate a large percentage of people. So, we'll look at each category one by one and we'll see what type of challenges people face and what you can do to make your app more accessible to them. Starting with visual impairment. So, type of visual impairments can be blindness, it can be low level vision, and it can also be color blindness, though there are other related problems, but we are going to consider these for now. And let's see what we can do to make your apps more accessible to people with visual impairment. So, for people who are completely blind, they rely on screen readers. Like in Android, we have TalkBack, and in iOS, we have VoiceOver. So, semantics is labeling your widgets so that the screen reader can read aloud whatever text is on the screen. And also, if you label and provide more instructions on button click and other widgets, then this will be very helpful, and the screen readers will be able to help the users in a better way. Then we have font and UI component size. So if you take care of the font size and the font style that you choose, then you will be able to help people with low level vision, because it's difficult for them to read very fancy fonts. So we'll see what accessible fonts are there and what you can use. Then we can also consider the contrast ratio. So contrast ratio should be at least 4.5:1, and we'll look at what is good contrast and bad contrast, and I'll also suggest you a website where you can check the contrast ratio. So let's see the fonts that you can use. So accessible fonts are Arial, Calibri, Century, and all these. And if you're not using these fonts, so you can go ahead and use other fonts, but you can provide some settings in the app, like from where the user can change the setting. So this is not for people who are completely blind. This is for people who can see but they have low level vision. And using these fonts, so these fonts are sans serif, that is without decorative line. So some people find it difficult to read serif fonts because they distract the eyes and the brain from the overall shape of the letter. So it's useful, like it's beneficial if you use these fonts. And also you should use bold to add emphasis to the text instead of using italics, which is difficult to identify, and uppercase. So using bold would will be helpful. Then the contrast ratio should be at least 4.5:1, and you can use the contrastratio.com to check the contrast ratio between the foreground, like the text color, and the background color. Then we have also refrain from using just the color to give out some information. Like in this case, if you just show this like a red color, if the username is not appropriate, so this will be very difficult for people who are completely blind, and screen readers won't be able to give out any information with this color. So it's important to add some labeling or give out some text error messages or maybe vibrations or something like that. So that will be very helpful. So let's move on to hearing impairment. So hearing impairment can be complete deafness or maybe age-induced hearing loss. So what can be done for people who have hearing impairment, and how can you make your app more accessible to them? So you can include captions in videos and audio. It will be very helpful. So if you have videos and audio data, then to give out captions. You can give visual and vibrating alerts because it'll be difficult for them to listen to audio. So even if it's for people who have age induced hearing loss, which is not complete deafness, but still it is gonna be difficult. So having visual and vibrating alerts can be helpful. And for the notification as well, it can be a screen blink notification which they will be able to notice very easily. Also adjustable volume would be beneficial. Let's see mobility impairment. So it can be complete paralysis or maybe missing limbs or some temporary like cast or brace. So what can be done for them? So touch targets we'll discuss later in slides. You should provide voice input support. Suppose someone has a missing limb and they don't have hands or like some issue with fingers, they won't be able to type out things. So it will be easier for them to input via voice. You can provide auto completion and also suggestions in the input, and it will also be beneficial if you add like drop downs and pickers instead of just the text field, so that they can choose between the options instead of just typing out the things. So it will be more easy for them. And you can also add head and eye gaze control. Let's look at cognitive impairment. So in cognitive impairment, we are considering dyslexia and ADHD and Alzheimer's. There are more such issues, but we aren't considering all of them. So what can you do for people with dyslexia or maybe Alzheimer's or other related issues? So the font for dyslexia, maybe you can go ahead with a dyslexia friendly font. One of them is Open Dyslexic, which is free, and you can definitely use this, or maybe provide an option to change the font to Open Dyslexic. Then try to have a very simple and minimalistic layout. Don't avoid distractions like ads or something like that, so that it's very difficult for them to focus. So it will be useful if you provide a very simple and minimalistic layout. The contrast should also be taken care of. You can provide auto completions, and you can reduce the user input requirements like adding pickers or maybe some drop downs, so that they do not have to add a lot of text, because people with cognitive impairment might have difficulty in spelling something or adding in the data input, so they might have difficulty. So this will be very helpful. So these are two dyslexia friendly fonts that you can check out, like Dyslexy and Open Dyslexic. So let's move on to accessibility options in Android and iOS. So you can see like there are a lot of built-in accessibility options in iOS and Android. So when you are developing your apps, you should enable these options and see how your app is performing and if it is doing what it is supposed to after enabling these settings. So while developing your apps, you can enable them and test your app. On emulator you won't be able to find all these settings, so it is recommended to use a physical device to test your app. Google also provides accessibility scanner. So this is an app that you can find on Play Store. You can install it and it'll provide suggestions to improve accessibility based on like content labels, touch target size, clickable items, and text and image contrast. So you can make use of it if you are developing an Android application. And for iOS, you can check out the Xcode tool. They have something equivalent to accessibility scanner, so you can make use of that. So how can you improve like the font size? We'll look at some of the things that we discussed. So for the font size, you can set the text scale factor to keep the font size consistent throughout the app, even when the system settings have like the highest font size setting. So for example, so if you wrap all your widgets inside media query and set the text scale factor to 3 or something, so what it will do is when the user sets the in the system setting, if they set it to the highest font size, this will keep the text consistent throughout the app. So you can use a text scale factor. Coming to contrast, as we discussed earlier, W3C recommends at least like 4.5:1 for the small text and 3:1 for the large text. So you can make use of contrast ratio and other tools to check the contrast. Talking about touch targets, so touch targets are minimum interactive region around any widget. So you can see on the screen like for the circle avatar it is 48 into 48, but for the icon it is 24. So to increase the touch target dimension, we can use the k min interactive dimension and set it to 48, which is recommended for Android, and 44 dp for iOS. So k min interactive dimension Cupertino for iOS and k min interactive dimension for Android can be set to these 48 and 48, and this will help in modifying the touch target, and this will add some empty space around a widget, and if the user taps on that, so the screen reader will be able to identify the correct widget. Now let's look at semantics. So when Flutter renders the widget tree, it also maintains a second tree, which is semantic tree, and it is used by mobile assistive technologies like TalkBack and VoiceOver. And each node in this semantic tree is a semantic node. It can represent like correspond to a single node, a single widget, or a group of widgets, and each semantic node has some semantic configuration, which is like the properties like label, enabled, and other things. So in simple words, semantic is used for labeling the widgets and providing more information about the widgets so that the screen readers can help the users in a better way. So this is a simple example of semantics. Like you can see, there is a circle avatar, and we have provided a label like image of a tiger. But if we did not wrap it in a semantics widget, then when the talkback is activated and the user clicks on the image, there won't be any feedback. So they will not know if there is an image or if there is even anything. So adding the label gives them a feedback, and screen reader will read aloud like what is it. So this is helpful, and it helps user in navigating the app properly. And also for text, you will not need a semantics widget, because for text, when the user taps on text, it will read aloud whatever text is there. So for things like images and even buttons, you can add semantic labels and give out more information about what the action is going to be performed, or what's there on the screen right now. So we're gonna look at some semantic widgets like merge semantics, exclude semantics, blocked semantics, and indexed semantics. So let's look at merge semantics and what it does. So merge semantics will merge all the child semantics into one, and this will allow the screen reader to read whole thing at once only. So we'll look at the example. So here you can see we have a column and we have two list styles. In first list style, we have the name Ava and the label is name. In the second list style, we have the email ID and the semantic label is email. So if we hadn't wrapped this column with merge semantic, so if the talkback is activated and the user taps on list style 1, so it will read name Ava, and if the user taps on email list style 2, then it will read email ava@gmail.com. But what merge semantics does is it will just make it this as a container, and when the user taps on anywhere inside the whole container, then it will read aloud like all things. It will say name Ava and then email ava@gmail.com all at once. So user doesn't have to like tap on list style first, list style, and then second list style. So this is what merge semantics does. Then we have exclude semantics. It is used to drop semantics, like if you want to drop out semantics from any of the widgets, like there is an empty space, you might have used a spacer or some other widget, and the screen reader might even consider it, and might even show that there are like 4 items or something like that. It might include it in its count. So if you want to exclude it, then you can use exclude semantics. So here in the example, you can see we have merge semantics, and we also have semantics for the container, and we have a column which has like a text and then exclude semantics, because we want to exclude semantics from this second container. Second text, we want to exclude it. So when talkback is activated, then it will exclude this text, and it will only read like first text and the fourth text. So this is what it does. And then we have blocked semantics. So it is used to exclude the semantics of all the widgets that were painted before it. So in the same example, if we add block semantics just after like first text, then it will not read first text. It will directly jump onto the fourth text and the second text, because it will block everything before it. And this can be useful in cases where you want to show a dialog box or something, and you do not want a screen reader to look at the widgets behind it. So you can block those semantics that were painted before it, and just focus on the semantics of the current like the text that is there in the dialog box. So it can be useful there. And index semantics is used to make announcements about the current scroll state, like in this case we have a list view, and we have a spacer as well. So automatic indexes will give spaces a semantic index, but if you are using a indexed semantics, then it will avoid that. So it will not count this as like 4 items. It will only consider like 2 items, and they will be read, and while the user is scrolling, the screen reader won't tell them like there are 4 items. It will just read first and second and like that. So this is the use of indexed semantics, and that was about some semantic widgets. Now, if you want to debug and see how things are working, then to debug semantics, you can use show semantic debugger true, and it'll show you these boxes, and you will be able to see the labels and identify what labels have been used and what has been left out. So this is very useful. So that was all about semantics, and we looked at other ways to make the app accessible. So this is a checklist that has been provided in the documentation, and this is a non-exhaustive list because there are a lot of things to consider, but this can be used to make your app as accessible as you can. And then these are all the resources, and that was all for today. Thank you so much. You can connect with me on Twitter, and let me know if you want the slides. I'll try to share that, or I'll share it with GDG London so they can share it with you all. So thanks everyone.
So I'm back again. That was the last talk of the day. Uh, really amazing content we had, and I think I'm really happy that the speakers gave us the time and went through the topics they wanted to cover. So we are back on track one. Yeah, so people who are here, I think, thank you for joining today. It was a pleasure moderating this channel, and I'll actually see you guys on the other side. So bye bye from track two, and we meet in track one.